It's showtime in the afternoon, folks. Welcome in. It is not Chasing Big Joe. It's Chasing Willie D. In for Stillman and Company today, 102.5, 106.3. The game on this Thursday. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street here in Hendersonville. Robbie Stanley Country. He's with us, hanging out for a minute today. And you know, no Taylor Swift, no Joseph Newgarden, but we got Robbie Stanley.
You got to have the pride of Hendersonville.
Absolutely.
You got to have representation when you're in the land of the Commandos. A lot of pride up here. This is also, for me, my perspective. I've been here many times, but my son Mahoney, and if any dads or moms are listening out there on the travel baseball or soccer circuit, there are many a tournament at Drakes Creek Park right around the corner. There's been great moments in the past for Mahoney Donick growing up on the diamond. So great youth baseball played out here, and the high school not far from here. So great to be out here in Hendersonville.
People that are tuning in that are confused to hear Chase McCabe and Willie Donick with you right now. Jared had to travel this afternoon, and so we switched. He did my show this morning from 9 to 11. I stole you from the midday guys because congrats to our own Big Joe on the go. He is now Big Grandpa Joe.
All right.
On the go, as baby girl was born last night. And so he is hanging out with his daughter, a new granddaughter, and son-in-law, not brother-in-law, son-in-law, down in Mississippi. So he'll rejoin on Monday. So we're hanging out this afternoon. So a little switcheroo, but all good.
Okay, so how would you evaluate Jarrett's performance on your show?
I thought he did a 2-hour version of what he would be doing today. I thought he did fine.
Okay, well, this is what's going to be fun, I think, about this afternoon, is you're going to see the different styles that we all provide. And that's what we love about our station. Everybody's got their own little way of doing sports talk, and so I hope people enjoy what they hear, and maybe this has you wanting to listen to our respective shows in the morning when you have the opportunity. And maybe Jared, impress some people from 9 to 11 are like, hey, I got to listen to Jared a little more.
It very well could be.
Let's hope.
What's funny is, so I was thinking about this on the drive here. I think of all the people at our station, I've probably worked with you the most, over the years, whether it's a producer or a co-host or what have you. I'd have to go back and actually think about it, but we've definitely done a lot of shows together over the years.
No doubt.
And I would say for the most part, you and I, while we will disagree on certain things, most of the time we kind of line up on things. I am very curious of with the Titans talk and where the Titans are, how that's going to go, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure on this. The DeAndre Hopkins trade becomes official. D-Hop has already spoken. He's headed to Kansas City, and all indications are he's going to play on Sunday for the Chiefs.
Will he play 60% of the snaps?
That I don't know. We will have
to hope.
Let's hope.
Go Chiefs.
Well, Chiefs Kingdom. But I went on in Kansas City, Seren Petro very well. You've been on his show several times. I went on with them, and they were like, what are we getting with D-Hop? And I said, I think you're getting somebody that's determined and wants a ring. Like, he wasn't traded because he was, not a good receiver anymore. I think he was traded because this team is realizing that they're going the wrong way after all the moves they made this offseason. They're 1-5, and it's time to start thinking more about 2025 than 2024. I think DeAndre Hopkins still has quite a bit left in the tank. In fact, I couldn't understand why he wasn't being more involved in the offense.
I think if you take a look at sports in general, we could all think of guys who have joined teams at trade deadlines.
Yep.
Veteran players looking for a championship and are very motivated to join a new team and make it happen. There's plenty that work, and there's plenty that do not work. But I do think that DeAndre Hopkins fits the profile of a guy who's played in a lot of places, knows football, has a great skill set, is joining a team that I think is as good as anybody's ever been at identifying strengths and weaknesses of their personnel, and will find a good way to use him. I think he'll be a very useful player for the Chiefs. I think he fits in exactly what they're looking for.
What's interesting about this, Willie, is you mentioned sport. I mean, you think about when DeAndre Hopkins became a free agent, when he was released by Arizona, the Titans were mentioned, but what team was mentioned a lot? The Chiefs. And everybody's like, oh, well, that makes so much sense. He'd be a perfect fit. You know, Patrick Mahomes needs, help at receiver. Tyreek Hill's gone. He's gone to Miami. Go get DeAndre Hopkins. Well, they never even pursued him. And I think a lot of that had to do with the money because the Chiefs don't have a ton of cap space.
Wait a minute. There's no such thing as a salary cap in the NFL.
If you listen on this
program, we're in Jared's part of the show here. He doesn't think the salary cap exists.
That's true. The cap is fake. I have never subscribed to the cap being fake.
Well, nobody does except for one guy, and that is the guy that does this show. But this is what we're going to have some fun at his expense there. But that was a big factor. Sure. They didn't have the budget that the Titans had to go after DeAndre Hopkins.
I do think there's some monopoly money that can be used. I do think it can be manipulated.
Of course, we all agree on that.
Right. Whereas like in the NHL, the cap is the cap. They're guaranteed contracts. It is, you know exactly what it is. Right. It's very cut and dry.
Always has been that way.
But it is funny how it's kind of come back around that now here's Hopkins with the Kansas City Chiefs. And quite frankly, I think he's going to do well. You know who?
Great. If you're the Titans and if you're a Titans fan, you should want him to do well.
Sure.
That's
because you want him to get to the Super Bowl.
Yes,
and
this
get that
could help.
Round pick.
This gives you a chance for the pick to get better. So I agree with you. I think he's got something left in the tank if his knee holds up.
Yeah.
But if you're the Titans, I think it was a good investment. They got one really good year out of him. They got exactly what they hoped he would get. It wasn't his fault that the Titans fell short last year when they were still trying to compete. This year was much more of an exploratory year. I've been saying all summer that whether they wanted to call it a rebuild or not, this is a new era. This is a rebuilding. This is a let's see what we've got kind of year.
It is now.
Well, it was before. It was all summer. They were
but you could
look at any pick. They were picked 27th, 28th in the power rankings.
Sure.
Nobody thought they were going to be any good.
But when you spend that kind of money in free agency,
they had to. They had nobody. They've had so many draft picks that haven't turned into second contracts. They had to find other players, without a doubt. I have been saying this all along. You and I, this is the first time we've done a show. I don't know what your expectations were. I thought the ceiling of this team was mediocrity.
7, 8, 9 wins somewhere in there.
And what does that really
whatever
get you?
8 and 8, whatever 8 and 8 is now. Do you call that 8, 9 or 7? Whatever. That's where I kind of thought they were going to be. When I was asked yesterday by our friend Seren Petro on Kansas City, like, how do you think they finish up? I said 3 and 14. What I'm seeing from this team now, I think they're lucky to win 2 more games. They're not a good football team. They're just not.
I think
they don't have a quarterback.
But I think they could surprise you and win a few. I think what you're trying to do is build a foundation.
Yeah.
And find pieces that you can build around. But that's what you're doing in a rebuild. We can talk a lot about how I think they missed an opportunity to sort of take a cue from the Predators and what Barry Trotz did in a set the tone early of let's keep the expectations low. This is a brand new thing. We're starting over. We have a new quarterback. Ryan Tannehill's gone. Derrick Henry's gone. We changed the coach. We have new coordinators. Everything's new. This is a new era, so it's unknown. I think the mistake they made was kind of giving you a little bit of, hey, maybe we could compete. When really, if you looked around the league, nobody outside of the diehards really thought that. Right. They were picked 27th or lower in virtually every power poll in the offseason and the preseason that you could find. There were no expectations. Everybody's expected them to be below par. I think in the NFL, if you win a few close games and things come together and you get a little luck with injuries, you can win 8 or 9.
Sure.
But that was best case scenario. This is a build for the next 2 or 3 years as they go into the new stadium. So DeAndre Hopkins, how he fits in that to me was they got him last year. They wanted him to support a young quarterback, but at 1-5, this was a very smart move to get an asset for him at this stage of the season because he is not going to be part of the next good Titans team.
No, and look, I agree. I have no issue. And they also made the trade. I keep wanting to say Ernest Givens, but Ernest Jones. They trade Ernest Jones to Seattle for Jerome Baker, who I like Jerome Baker. You're getting him the rest of the year. But the thing that really stands out to me is you get the 4th round pick. We've seen some really good players. You work with one every day, get taken in the 4th round. So I like that move. I have no issues now with what they're doing. Where they got me and they got so many other people was they made these moves, and I like the moves that they made in the offseason. I do think the defense is still pretty good, even though, last week was not that. But it kind of gave you that little sense of hope of maybe they could be a wild card team. The division's not very good. Maybe they could sneak up and win the division. That was all, and that would have been gravy, probably, if that had all happened. It's not going to happen now. They sit 1-5. I'm with you. I'm 100% in. Let's just look at 2025. Forget about this year. See what you got. If you feel like you need to continue to evaluate Will Levis and that makes you feel better, then go ahead. I think we know. But now you got to start focusing on what the new core is going to look like and then also trying to find the quarterback of the future.
I also think that we have to be realistic as we sit here today about what 2025 looks like, especially if they're starting over at quarterback, which they very well might be.
Yeah.
Only time is going to tell. But right now, I think we have each week a more full picture. The picture's coming into focus on what Will Levis is and isn't. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, we have to plan accordingly. You have to accumulate draft picks. You have to draft well, but it's going to take some time. I think Barry Trotz, how many times did you hear him say last year, be patient with me?
Yeah.
Be patient with me. And that paid off a lot. And when they won, they could say, well, I didn't say I wanted to lose. Right. But he played his cards very well. He was hoping that it would all come together. And I think he was smart. He brought in the serial winners. I think the difference in all of the money that the Titans spent in the offseason, they didn't really have the serial winners. I think they had guys that were probably overpaid, and they got decent players, but they don't have the foundational players. They didn't have Roman Yossi, Philip Forsberg, and UC Saros, right? They had Jeffrey Simmons and who else? They don't really have foundational pieces. So when you don't have a foundation, it's really hard to win, even if you spend the most money in the league. But most of the time when you spend the most money in the league, that means you are short on talent, which is what the Titans roster is right now. And unfortunately, I don't see a big improvement in that area, other than I think there's hope for the first 2 draft picks from this past draft. I think those 2 guys have a chance to be really good.
I do too.
And you got to hope that they do.
You bring up an interesting point, though, because there's something else that they don't have that they desperately need. I just don't know how you find it. We will discuss that coming up next. It is Chase and Willie Donick live today at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street here in Hendersonville. And Dr. Crane, Nick Frazier, is with us as well. He's at the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios, home of the $99 yearly Beehive membership, where the buzz is always about great service.
DeAndre, what you've done in your career, what does it mean to you to come into a building that knows how to win championships and the approach that it takes?
It means a lot. It takes your game to a different level. It takes your focus, your drive, knowing that you're playing for something. It takes your game to a different level. I haven't played meaningful football in a couple years since, we probably started 8-0 in Arizona. So, it takes your game to a different level.
Yeah.
That was DeAndre Hopkins earlier today, now a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared Stillman today. Do not worry, Jared will be back tomorrow. He is traveling this afternoon, so we switched. He did 9 to 11. I stole Willie from the midday show because Big Joe has become a grandfather. So a lot of moving around, but no changes. Jared will be back tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. So I appreciate him for switching around, and we're here at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville.
Cross promotion.
Cross promotion.
Yes.
That's what this is.
Team effort. And I saw a couple people freaking out on the text line.
That's what happens when you assume.
Yeah. Where's Jared? Where's Jared? Did they fire him? No. They didn't fire him.
No. Jared is still here. Jared is still here. Do not worry about that. He has texted me, though, and this kind of leads us into some of the things we're going to talk about. So as of 2:20 p.m., I've been checking my email. The trades are all official. They have been announced by both teams, both Kansas City and Seattle, and then the Titans. So everything is official now. I am waiting to hear when Ran Carthon, who is the general manager of the Titans, is going to speak. I don't think we're going to hear from him. That is my opinion. Jared doesn't think we're going to hear from him. You do. Jared has challenged you on this and said that he's willing to bet you $500 that Ran Carthon will not speak. He wants to know if you're going to take him up on that.
I'm not betting him $500, but I did. I went out on our show yesterday from 11 to 2 and said, I'm looking forward to hearing from Ran Carthon. And I said he would speak. If he does not speak, then that is a major, major mistake by the Titans to not have the GM address 2 significant trades. And now that it's official, there shouldn't be any reason why there's a holdup. So I said 24 hours, and that was just over 24 hours ago. I think all the paperwork and everything, there was some complicated paperwork with the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Yeah.
With the reworking his contract in some form, paying part of his salary. So I understand that part of it. And it was unfortunate timing that you had Brian Callahan out there facing the media in a huge press conference, a first-year head coach that's swimming.
Yeah.
And trying to hold, and he's got to tap dance around the fact that they've made 2 deals, but it's a regularly scheduled thing. So I get it. And I thought he did a pretty decent job working around that.
He did.
Because he is in the ocean swimming in the deep water with the sharks in choppy water. And that's not an easy position to be in. But you know what? Who ought to know that better than anybody else? Ran Carthon. Because he was the one that had to go into the fire last year. Last year at the end of the year when they fired Mike Vrabel. And he had to walk the line of, I don't want to embarrass Mike Vrabel and burn the bridge with him. And I cannot go against my owner, my boss. And he was in an impossible situation in that press conference. So all the more reason that when the trades are official, he should speak. Ran Carthon. He said it. He has said it before. He wants to be more out in the open. Ran Carthon is a good speaker. He has a good rapport with the media.
Then be out in the open. You're the GM.
He needs to answer questions. David Poyle, through the years, just using him as an example, I cannot tell you what every general manager for the Titans has done, but I know David Poyle, if he signed 2 or 3 small potatoes free agents, I'll give you an example. 2015, I believe it was. He signed Mike Ribeiro, Derek Roy, and Olli Jokinen.
Yep.
3 veteran players for $1 million each.
Yep.
He had a press conference. He didn't care if 3 people showed up, 8 people showed up, whatever. They were coming off
I was there. I sat in the room.
They fired Barry Trotz a few months earlier.
Yep.
It was Peter Laviolette coming in. It was a move that made 0 headlines. And I'm not even sure. I don't even know if the news people had anything on that.
Yeah.
In their newscast.
And they brought in Matt Cullen too, or was that?
That was the year before.
Yeah, that's right.
But the point is, you make yourself available to the media when you make trades.
Agreed.
And these aren't just signing a couple free agents. These are significant trades at the crossroads of a season. He absolutely needs to have a press conference and media availability in some form. And I'm not talking about doing a one-on-one with Mike Keith.
Nope.
Or something like that. I'm talking about
we call that two-tone TV.
Answering questions from the general media. I am shocked if he does not do that. Now, that if he does it this afternoon or tomorrow morning, okay. It's late, but it's better than not having it at all. But that is a major mistake. You've got to show some leadership in that position when you're the GM.
So here's what I'll say to this. Though, looking at the media schedule, they're practicing right now. They're about to wrap up practice. They're going to do an open locker room after that. So because the media is there for all of that, if all of a sudden there's kind of an impromptu press conference with him, I don't love that because I think you should send out an invitation, but I'll give it to you because at least he's speaking. So there's one thing. The second part of that is if they announce, hey, he's going to speak tomorrow with Brian at 12:20 after practice. Again, it's late. Don't love it, but I'll give it to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's speaking. Somebody and you can weigh in 615-737-1025. That's our phone and text line driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com. Matthew in Nashville says, what does it say if Chad Brinker is the one who ends up speaking instead of Carthon? That's a really good question.
That would be unprecedented. Because
if that happens, then you as the Tennessee Titans have told us what a lot of us think.
Yeah.
And that is Chad's in charge.
But what reason do we have to think that would happen?
Well, because that is kind of you've made him the president of football operations. You've made Rand a vice president. You know, if you're going at it that way, Chad's in charge.
But since they've made that move, they have still had Rand Carthon out front being the media guy. So there's no reason for me to believe that will be the case.
I want to hear from Rand. Rand's the GM.
Rand is the GM.
I want to hear from the general manager.
Rand should be the guy that does the press conference.
And if he doesn't, then I don't know who's making that decision. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's Chad. I don't know if it's Amy. I don't know. But it's the wrong one. And he even admitted that this summer it was the offseason when he finally did speak. He was asked point blank, why didn't you talk after trading Kevin Byard? And he basically said, I wanted to leave that for Mike and I wanted to leave that for the coach and all that, but that was a mistake. And it was. So now that you've admitted
it was a mistake, but it was a different setup back then. Because I do think Mike Vrabel was the chief. He was the head honcho.
Then why did Rand have the title general manager? I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. It was a messed up setup.
I think it was pretty obvious that Mike Vrabel was part general manager, had a big decision, had big parts in the decision making. In the aftermath of the A.J. Brown trade, wanted more say. I think had more say. And I think Rand Carthon in his first year as a young general manager, first-time general manager, deferred to Mike Vrabel. That is no longer the case now. Rand Carthon is the guy that should be leading in this area. And if I were Rand Carthon, I would be excited to talk about these trades. I think they're two pretty good trades.
I agree.
You got some assets for some guys that you weren't going to be a part of anything. Ernest Jones and what's the linebacker they got from Seattle?
Jerome Baker.
Yeah. You could argue they're somewhat the same player. But you got
a fourth-round pick.
And you get a fourth-round pick. Yeah. That's a good deal. That's the kind of deal you should be doing. You should be excited to give that message to the media. So I heard Rand Carthon more than once over the summer say, I do think I need to communicate with the fans more.
Yep.
This is when you absolutely have to He's still chosen not to be out there more than I think he should be. I go back again. I'm very biased with Floyd Reese. Floyd Reese from, I go back to when I first started on the flagship station of the Titans, let's say 2003 was the year. Floyd Reese came on with us every Friday for an hour. Now, they were really good in 2003. They were a Super Bowl
Reese even came on with you one time.
Well, that wasn't in 2003.
I know. I'm kidding.
But listen to where I'm going with this. He was great every Friday for an hour on Drive Time Radio with a huge audience.
Yep.
Now, it's fairly easy to do when your team's in Super Bowl contention, right?
Sure.
But in 2004, 2005, 2006, when they were awful, they had to blow up the nucleus of a great team, which is what the Titans are in their own version right now having to do. They're having to. Last year was the 2004. Trying to keep the window open, couldn't do it. Now they have to retool. They didn't tell you that, but that's what they have to do. The 2004, you know who was on the radio every Friday from 5 to 6? Floyd. Every Friday. Is Ran as gifted and did he have as much wisdom as Floyd at that stage of Floyd's career? No, but I think Ran has good people skills. That should be a strength of him. This is how you buy time with a fan base who has a lot of doubts right now. You can help yourself by going in and answering the questions and saying, no, things are not perfect. Think about Barry Trotz on Tuesday. Barry Trotz goes on with Jared, as he always does, in good times and in bad times. He goes on there with his team 0-5. He didn't say, I'm not going on.
Yeah.
He said, we're wearing it. I'm not sleeping very well at night. We've got to be better. We think we will be better, but we're not getting it done.
David always did?
Yes, David Boyle did every year.
John Robinson did a lot of this stuff.
I don't know exactly where he did. He came on with us in our station from time to time. He didn't dodge us or anything like that.
When we
he
asked,
was willing
he
to do
on.
it. So he was good. He's not like Floyd or Barry Trotz.
No.
But my point is, when you're the general manager, you have to be out front, especially when key decisions are made. And I think these were the right decisions. He's not going to get hammered for doing this. He's doing what any general manager should do.
Right. And that's the thing. And he may
he'll do it. Maybe this afternoon they'll have the press conference.
I hope he does.
But I am going on record as saying I would be as angry as anybody else if he doesn't face the media this week after this. I said 24 hours, but it should be this afternoon, and no later than tomorrow at practice.
I agree. Or at least put an announcement out there today. Hey, he's going to talk tomorrow. I could live with that. But here's the other thing. If he doesn't speak, I want to know why. I want if it's a statement or whatever it is from the owner saying, I told him not to. Now, I'm not going to agree with that, but at least you're giving me, you're telling me what's going on. But this whole we're going to leave it to the coach, because he handled it well yesterday, Willie. You were right. But I felt bad for him. Just like I felt bad for Ran when they fired Vrabel and they marched him out there when it should have been Amy.
I have to believe that there will be media availability. There's not even a statement from the team in the release announcing these trades, right? Sometimes that's how teams try to get around it, is you release a statement and then the GM or whoever says, you've seen my statement. That's all I'm going to say about it, which would not be the right thing to do. In this situation, there are times where that's the right move. So I'm going to wait and see. But I'm not taking up Jared on his bet. Okay. I would make him a bet for something more fun, but $500,
like a steak dinner.
I made of money or something. I'll wear a Louisville jersey for a day if he doesn't do it, and he has to wear he has to wear a Mets sweatshirt for a day on his show.
that could be it.
I would do that.
Okay.
Because I think he intro every segment with the Francisco Lindor home run.
and we have to come in with one segment per hour. He has to relive the Francisco Lindor home run in Atlanta on the last day of the regular season. That would be good. I'd take him up on that, because I do think Rand will speak, And I'm with you. The cutoff is Friday. It should be happening today in a perfect world. Why wait?
Well,
Because it is now
right.
official. But I would accept Friday. I don't know if Jared would accept it, but I would accept the latest Friday at practice. Friday, you're putting a bow on the media and the week. So that is the absolute last deadline.
I agree.
To do that.
I agree. Don't wait till the trade deadline. But I agree.
No.
615-737-1025. That's our phone and text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Chase McCabe and Willie Donick, we are in for Jared today. He's traveling this afternoon, so he did 9 to 11, and he'll be back tomorrow. But taking your calls and your texts on the Titans, the trades are official. We will get to several of you that are on hold. Do that next. Chase and Willie, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Hey, let's talk Lee Company, proud sponsor of our Nashville Predators coverage, which will continue tomorrow night from the United Center in Chicago. Lee Company, all you need for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical service. Lee Company is a member of your team. They're a member of our team in the Donick House, 615-567-1000 or leecompany.com. They've been servicing people in our area for 80 years. 1944 is when they started. That is really phenomenal. So all you need for your home, you need a good, at this time of the year, it's beautiful outside. We're outside here at Pella Windows and Doors of Nashville in Hendersonville. Perfect weather to be outside. But we know in the next few weeks it's going to start getting cold, especially at night. Have you had your heating unit checked recently? If you haven't, call Lee Company right now, 615-567-1000. They'll gladly come out, check it, and they'll hit the little problems. They'll get it fixed before you're in that pinch when the weather really gets cold and your heat's not working. You don't want to have that happen in January and February. Lee Company, proud sponsor, Nashville Predators, 615-567-1000 or leecompany.com.
Oh, my God. The Braves just gave up a 2-run homer.
And Lindor gets under one to center field. Harris going back near the wall, and it's out of here. Linsanity again. Francisco Lindor flips the script with a 2-run homer, and the Mets go in front 8-7.
We want it now. The meatloaf. Man, the meatloaf.
I mean, it feels great for our first dub, and we got plenty more to come.
Oh, you had to rub that in, didn't you, Dr. Crane?
Having fun at Jared's expense.
That's okay.
Yeah.
He's not here. We love to do that.
Well,
Chase,
we spliced two things together because that was that Devondre Sweat there at the end talking
Yes.
about he answers to one nickname only, Meatloaf, which I still think is awesome. But yeah, I did wear my Mets hat today, not thinking that Nick was going to play that clip. But since Jared did throw down the gauntlet, I mean, who bets a guy $500 on the air? Give me a break, Jared.
well, he said you kind of walked into that because you said yesterday I would bet you.
Okay, I will bet.
Yeah,
But
he's
$500.
I
I don't. Maybe Jared carries $500 around every day and is willing to flip. I don't do that. I don't know if you do that, Chase. I can't speak for anybody, but
I don't do that.
I don't do that. But I will have a fun wager
Discussion?
like we talked
Yeah,
about.
sure.
Well, we agree. I think Jared and I agree. He needs to talk.
Yes, we all agree he needs to talk.
I assumed that, especially after what they have gone through media wise here and how some press conferences have been awkward.
Yep.
All the more reason to make sure that you get this right. And we don't have any signals right now that that's going to happen, and I'm troubled by that.
Yeah, I'm worried it's not going to happen. I'm worried I don't think he's going to speak. I'll just say I don't think he's going to talk. I think that they may use maybe the trade deadline, but
we'll ask Tehran. Tehran's coming on with us
4
later,
o'clock,
right?
yep,
At 4 o'clock. I would think that a beat writer doing his job or her job would be going to the media relations and requesting to talk to the general manager after the two trades have become official. I think that collectively every single person has had that thought. That's how a beat writer operates. So if they're not providing that, then that's just not right. That's just not how they've done it for forever and ever
right.
in media relations. I don't care if you're talking about a college basketball team or a pro football team or an NBA team.
Do you remember the day that the Predators shocked the hockey world and they traded Shea Weber? Remember that?
Yeah.
And that was the biggest trade that they had ever made.
Yeah, that was in the summer. Yeah.
Guess what David Poyle did that afternoon?
Yeah.
He had a press conference.
Yeah, but my point is whether it was that trade or the other one I gave you, 3 somewhat small name free agents for $1 million each. He did media availability.
Right. It just that's the GM. You're the GM.
Right.
That's part of your job.
I'll go a step further for Rand Carthon, and I've never met. I've had him on our show a couple times. I like him. I want him to do well. I want him to do well.
Yeah.
This would be my advice if he were to ask me. You will get gobbled up if you don't stand up for yourself and go out in front, be out there, buy yourself some time. If you don't, you lose benefit of the doubt.
Correct.
Of people that are right now seeing a 1-5 team. They haven't had any success since he came on board. And whether it's his fault or not, and I'm giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt, I understand that he has not had it easy. He inherited a lot of issues that were not fixable, and they should have done a better job of articulating that. But when you are 7 and whatever they are, since they fired John Robinson, you don't get benefit of the doubt. That's why you need.
I thought that was what you were going to say. It was Mike
Reinfeldt. Mike Reinfeldt. There's another guy that did not buy himself any time. No. He tried to do the media availability. He at least tried. He was not as gifted at being able to buy time, connect with the fans, communicate where you are, and act authoritative. Right? Stand by your decisions and say we're in it right now. We are rebuilding. We're going through some stuff. We're going to get it fixed. Here's how we're going to get it fixed.
You know who Rand should talk to? And I'm not joking. I'm serious when I say this. He should talk to Clark Lee. I mean, this year obviously is a lot
there's
different.
another guy that would come on our station every week, even after they got beat 50-0.
Derek Mason. Derek Mason's doing it now with MTSU.
Yeah.
He comes on with Joe and I every week.
Yeah.
And he did it at Vanderbilt. It's like, talk to those guys.
And at the end of the day, you get respected for that. People may not think they're the greatest coaches or whatever, and they might say, I don't want to listen to this, or it's over. I'm not following them. But the point is, they stand behind what they're doing and they stay after it. That's a good signal to your fans.
Yeah. I told Derek Mason when he got fired at Vanderbilt, I saw him a few months later, and I shook his hand and I said, I just want to say thank you, because I know that you didn't want to do those. Like, it was hard to do. Like, after, you lose by a bunch to, whatever team, but you came on every week. You met every obligation that you had, and you did it. And I always appreciated that. As a host, as the PD, as anybody involved with the radio station, like, he did it. And so that's my thing, especially as the GM. And these are good trades. That's what we keep saying. These are good trades. Yes. I think for the long-term future of the team, you're helping that as the general manager.
There's only one way they're going to get better. It is not to spend more money in the free agency. They have got to draft well. And the more picks you have, the more chance you have to find pieces that you can build around.
All right, let's get to some calls and texts real quick. 615-737-1025. Ben says it's gotten to the point for a lot of fans that it doesn't matter if he talks or not, because it doesn't matter what he says. I'm not going to feel any better if he talks now, because it's just to shut people up. I
don't buy that.
That's apathy right there if you start falling into that.
Right, but that's not – Rand Carthon can't worry about that.
Sure.
Like I just said with Clark Lee, you think there wasn't some apathy towards the end of last year when they were getting beat soundly every week in the league and it looked like there was no hope? Derek Mason, the same many points. There were plenty of people that weren't looking forward to hearing what he had to say or weren't buying what they were saying. That doesn't mean you don't do it.
Right. 615-737-1025. Trey has been waiting patiently. Trey, welcome in.
Hey, how y'all guys doing today?
We're good.
Hey, I called in to Jared this morning, but my impression of Rand is I think that he doesn't have the skill set as far as evaluating players. And another thing I have to say is that...
Give me an example. Why do you think that?
I just feel like that somebody that hasn't, like, really, he was on a few teams and, played backup, practice squad and all that. And I just feel like he doesn't have the do.
So you have to be a great player to be a good talent evaluator?
No, you don't. You don't have to be. It's just some people have the skill set to see players to know that player is functional on the football field. Okay.
Right. But why do you think he doesn't? You gave me a reason you didn't think he was a good player. So what other examples are you giving me why you don't think that?
Okay. Will Levis. Okay. Coach said about 2 weeks ago he needs to work on his footwork. Okay. That's something that should already be a standard before you even come into the NFL.
Okay. He didn't pick Will Levis in the first round. He picked him in the second round.
I know that, but you are an evaluator of players.
Right.
Your job is to get the players out there that can correspond with your game plan. Right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There are a million quarterbacks that do not work out that are drafted and given a chance to start. There are more that miss than make it.
Thanks for the call, Trey.
That looks like a miss, but that's an obvious one. But he has inherited a lot. He has just gotten there.
And you weren't going to fill every hole this year.
Right.
And we all knew that.
So people know. I listened to Jared say for pretty much everything when it's not looking good at all to clean house and start over and start everything. I am not in that camp. I give people more time. I am looking at what Rand inherited and saying you've got to give him some time to work through 3 empty drafts that he had nothing to do with, 20, 21, and 22. That put them big time behind the 8 ball. And so, yes, there are some things that haven't worked out since he did start making some of these key decisions, but it wasn't going to get solved this year. And it's not going to be sped up by Will Levis doing what he's doing. And that's making it more of a longer rebuild. And that's not unlike a lot of teams in this league.
Yeah. And look, I'm going to throw out what I said yesterday on our show, what I think is going to happen, not necessarily what I want to happen, but what I think is going to happen. And I want to see what you say to that. 615-737-1025. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. 1025, 1063 The Game.
From that night I kissed our love goodbye.
The Chase and Willie. Almost said it. It is Chase and Big Joe technically.
DVD. Oh no, not DVD. Part DVD.
Part DVD. Blu-ray? Is that what we are? Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. We're live.
It's a mashup. That's
It
what it
is.
is. We're
It's a
mashing
mashup.
up.
Yeah. We're at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street. They're going to get things going here in just a few minutes, 3 to 7, the grand opening of their showroom here. We got Preds tickets to give away, a lot of door prizes that you can come and sign up for. Our man Sean Mark is out here, so you can say hi to him, say hi to us as well. Taking your calls and text 615-737-1025. Teron Davenport going to join us during the 4 o'clock hour for the Power Hour. Hal Gill at 5:30, so we'll have some Preds flavor as well. Here's what I think is going to happen. I'm with you. I like Rand Carthon. I'm pulling for him. I want him to be successful. I want him to turn this team around. But based on what I have seen out of the last few years from this franchise, and specifically Amy Adams-Strunk, I want to know what her realistic expectations were for this year. Because my guess is, with all the money they spent, they didn't fill every hole because you weren't going to fill every hole. They filled several. She thought they'd be better than 1-5 at this point in the season. I would think
they should be better than 1-5.
They should
They have been in position to win a
Correct.
number of games that they haven't won.
But the reality is they're not. The reality is they're 1-5.
Right. And also, if you're really
and they're trading off.
If you're getting true evaluations of the roster, you would have to factor in that they were predicted between. Look, let's be optimistic. 23rd and 32nd.
Yeah.
23rd and 32nd is the expectation level. If she wasn't paying attention to that, that's on her. That's not on Rand Carthon.
But I think
now,
this team could have at least been a 7-win team. If you really think about
okay, and what does that really mean? You win 7.
I mean, means you're at least on the right track.
Are you?
I
don't think everybody would agree with that necessarily. I think it's better than winning 3, and we'll see how they play.
Sure.
In the weeks ahead.
But
I think it was all predicated on what do you have in your quarterback, which was completely unknown.
That's the next part I'm getting to. The quarterback is showing signs of regression, not signs of getting better. And, he's hurt, which that's gonna happen. That's not looking good. So based on Amy's track record, my thought is somebody's going to have to pay for this season. That's what I think is going to happen.
This is why
I'm not saying I want it to.
Well, I'm
not saying it should.
But that would be self-fulfilling prophecy for not reading the tea leaves and really understanding the challenges of what you had. When you had Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill, Mike Vrabel, that era, Kevin Byard, the window has closed. We're at Pella Windows and Doors of Nashville, all right? Windows open. Windows closed.
They need new windows.
I said this last year. Last year was I don't want to say desperate, but it was a last-ditch effort to keep the window open of an era that was very successful, that some people weren't satisfied with, right? Oh, we got to get rid of Ryan Tannehill. You can't win the Super Bowl with Ryan Tannehill. Those days look really good compared to where they are now. But that was a window. They went for it in that window. They traded for Julio Jones. They mortgaged the future some. And understandably, last year, they tried to keep the window open, even though it looked a little shaky. I don't think a lot of people were predicting them to make the playoffs last year. But, okay, winnable division. Didn't look like anybody was emerging. You still had Ryan Tannehill. You still had Derrick Henry. Let's give it a shot. Nothing wrong with that. But the window closed at the end of last year. Now you are trying to open up a new window. And so it was unrealistic. How many times in the NFL, Chase, do you just shut the window of a team that had the same nucleus for 5, 6, 7 years and then completely go into the next thing? Everything's fine, and you're competitive.
And
that's unrealistic.
Right.
And they should have said that. They should have realized it and said it.
They should
have.
And
I can say this because I'm not saying this after they're 1-5. I said this in the summer.
Yep.
I said this in the spring when they fired Mike Vrabel, that it is a rebuild. It's a new era.
But
if you overachieve, no, they didn't. And that was a mistake. And that's why I don't know your answer to your question. How does Amy Adams Strunk feel? I don't know.
I think she fires somebody.
That would be a knee-jerk reaction, and that's a mistake that she's made before as well.
But I'm basing that on what she's done before.
Yeah, she's
a
wild card.
I'm not saying that it's the right move because I don't think it is. I don't think firing Mike Vrabel was necessarily the right move. I see the argument, but that's how she operates. 615-737-1025. We'll have more coming in the second hour. Again, Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street here in Hendersonville. Come by and see us. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Hour number 2, Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. He's traveling. He'll be back tomorrow, 102.5, 106.3. The Game. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street out here in Hendersonville. We've already seen Hendersonville celebrity Robbie Stanley. He stopped by. Several of you have already said hello. 3 to 7, the event going on here. They got food. They got some barbecue.
We got our eye on that barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
They said, help yourself. And we were like, we will partake. Don't worry.
That's all we needed was that one little green light, and we're all over it. He didn't have to say it twice.
No doubt. A spirited first hour for sure, definitely. And a lot of you weighing in as we discussed the Titans. They have made the trades official. But the big thing for us is we both, and this is where we definitely agree, we want to hear from General Manager Ran Carthon. We want him to speak. We want to know what the thought process is. And I think the big thing, Willie, and this is good, this might give you some some bad memories because you remember this from the Predators, but a lot of people want to know what's the plan?
Right.
What's the plan moving forward? And you may not have a complete plan right now. You're still in the midst of a season. And yes, crazy things could happen. I do remember when the Titans started it, was it 1-5 or 0-4, and they ended up rattling off a bunch of. Now that was a different time, and
they were
better players.
They were definitely 1-3. They might have been 1-4. I'm trying to remember.
I think it was something like that. So again, crazy things can happen.
They had some pretty good players back then,
but they just traded a pretty good player in DeAndre Hopkins to Kansas City. Ernest Jones as well. I've liked Ernest Jones. So it's a little bit different right now, and you don't have Steve McNair. You have Mason Rudolph.
Right.
And Will
It's
Levis.
a rebuild,
right?
And it's okay. You don't even have to say it's a rebuild. It goes without saying. And I thought Brian Callahan, under the circumstances yesterday, actually did try to articulate what it's like in the NFL because it's a business. And he basically said it this way. You're trying to win every game you can win.
Yep.
And just because you are rebuilding does not mean that you change your approach every week. You're trying to win with the players that you have. And I think that's the beauty of one of the trades they made yesterday is they got a guy that is a stopgap, if nothing else. You might end up thinking this guy is a better fit than Ernest Jones. And you get a 4th-round pick. And what Brian Callahan, I think, tried to say, and I think he said it pretty well, was you have to have your mind on that game, your next game, but you also have to have your mind on the big picture. And the reality is, in the big picture, this team lacks foundational players. This was our first show on our show from 11 to 2 weekdays. We started the first day of training camp. Derek Mason and I, we listed the best players age 26 and under on the Titans. You name the list. It's a short list.
The best players?
Yeah.
Is Will Levis on that list by default
No.
because he's the quarterback?
No. I'm talking about players that you're going to sign a second contract to.
J.C. Latham?
Well, we didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
He hadn't had a practice yet.
I mean, right now, I'll say J.C. Latham.
Well, you're hoping.
Yeah.
You're hoping. And he's 21.
I hope the answer becomes Peter Skronsky, but I'm not ready to say that yet.
Okay. You're making my point for me.
Right.
It's a list of maybes, and you have Jeffrey Simmons, who's 26. And right now, Jeffrey Simmons is not having a Jeffrey Simmons year.
Yeah.
And really hasn't the last couple years. So that's troublesome. But he is a great talent. Roger McCreary is a pretty good player who might earn a second contract. Other than that, it is very young players.
Tajay Spears is I don't know if they don't know how to use him or what, but I mean, he's been disappointing. And now he's hurt.
Again,
he's shown flashes.
Again, that's my point.
Right.
Those guys are okay. But
Jalen Duncan, not good.
No, okay. But we don't have to go through every. We know the answer to the question.
Now I'm doing it. Now you got me intrigued by this.
There are no players that they drafted other than Simmons, who's on his second contract. McCreary is a pretty good player.
I can't even say Ryan Stonehouse.
No,
right now.
No. What does that get you? You have a great player. That doesn't win you.
Right.
That doesn't win you divisions. That doesn't win you playoff games. So that is the foundation of this team. Now, do we think J.C. Latham and T'Vondre Sweat might end up being decent foundational players that you could invest in a big contract in.
Right now, I'd say
there's
yes.
a chance. There's a chance, but it's early. It's
Sure.
early. I'm not giving up on Skoronski.
No.
But right now he's got to make up some ground before he's a cornerstone. He has to be good. He has to be good for this to work. But even if he is, that's still a very short list. All of the guys you signed in a free agency last year, they're not going to be around when the stadium opens, with maybe one or two exceptions. Maybe Snead, maybe Cushenberry, maybe. You hope, but you're paying those guys a lot of money.
I mean, Snead,
you're paying those guys a lot of money,
the
and
knees have to hold up.
Yes, and so when you're at that age, you start getting year to year pretty quick.
Yeah.
So to win in this league, let's look at the team they're playing on Sunday. A team that was bad for a long time, the Lions. But look at their roster and the players they have at age 26 and under. They are loaded. They're loaded. They are going to be good for a long time. They don't have to go spend a ton of money in free agents. They can go target one or two guys. That's what you have to build. And there's only one way to do it. Draft well.
Yep.
Rand Carthon and Chad Brinkard, they inherited 3 empty drafts. And when we're talking empty, I'm not talking about just having a couple of guys here and there that are decent. I'm talking about getting nothing.
And that's why John Robinson isn't the GM anymore.
And I don't care how brilliant or not brilliant Rand Carthon and Chad Brinker are, you cannot compensate for that. Everything's got to go perfect, including you've got to hit a home run on a second-round pick at quarterback, and he obviously
has not.
Well, not only is he not a home run, he may not be a single. He's fighting to even keep his job. The only reason they're keeping him in there is because they're desperate. They don't really have another plan right now. You might as well hope that he turns a corner, even though it doesn't look like he's moving in the right direction. But you see what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
Who would be able to do well? You tell me how this team was supposed to be competitive when I just challenged you to list the players.
Right.
26 and under. You could hardly you're scrambling to come up with anybody. How are you supposed to win in the NFL? You can't.
You can't. That's how you can't. The answer is you
or the answer is I hit a home run with Jaden Daniels or CJ Stroud, which happens once every about 6 or 7 or 8 quarterbacks that are picked. And those guys were picked high in the first round. Will Levis was picked in the second round.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how you make up for a lot of issues, is you have a great quarterback, and they don't.
615.
So they're behind the 8 ball here. It's going to be a while. They need to move that message ahead and be real with the fans. So people aren't sitting around and saying, hey, they spent all this money in free agency, man. They spent all the money. That is a sign of a team that wasn't going anywhere.
Right.
It's hard to buy your way. The Yankees can buy their way. The Mets, the Dodgers, they can buy their way out of a lot of problems because there's no salary cap in baseball. They can pay the luxury tax. But you know how those teams win? They win by doing that, but also drafting and developing players.
615-737-1025. We'll get to your calls and texts coming up next. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in for Jared today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
I will echo that. Go Doors. Big game against Texas this weekend. That should be interesting. Chase has got a little stake in that as well with our underdog picks at noon. He took the Vanderbilt Commodores against Texas. Hey, let me tell you about Loan Pronto. If you're like most Americans, you've got a ton of credit card debt and you're paying interest rates on that debt. So if that is you, you're not alone. So let Loan Pronto help you. They've got a solution for some of this stuff, and it's to consolidate. If you're a homeowner, consolidate the debt at a significantly lower rate using the equity in your home. It's the Express Equity Line of Credit program. I talk about it all the time with Loan Pronto. You can get thousands of dollars out of your home's equity so you can attack and get rid of that credit card bill, that car loan, that personal loan that's got the high interest rate. Knock it out. And you can get this money fast from your home's equity thanks to Loan Pronto. The average client that does this saves hundreds of dollars every month. So call Loan Pronto 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780 or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
He's a macho man, ready to get down with anyone he can. Hey,
Jace McCabe, Willie Donick. Couple of macho men.
That's right. We did just get asked if we were famous.
Yeah.
You know, we should have said we're macho men from the
We're
the village people. That's
we
us.
are.
That wouldn't be true, but we could have thrown that out there.
Jace McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. He's traveling. He'll be back tomorrow. I know several are concerned. He's fine. He'll be back tomorrow. Taking your calls and text 615-737-1025. A lot on the Titans. Cam has been waiting very patiently. Cam, welcome in.
Yeah, man, I've got like a two-parter real quick.
Okay.
The last caller, Willie, you asked for him to give you an example of Rand's evaluation. How does a former running back and son of a former running back allow Derrick Henry to walk out of the building? Didn't even fight for him. And Joe Rayfro said, yeah, it was either Monday or Tuesday, and he thought Derrick was a step faster than he was last season. That's the first part. And the second part, if A.J. Brown is the reason why I asked Jared this the other day, didn't really get the solid answer, but if A.J. Brown is the reason that John Robinson got fired, when Derrick gets 2,000 yards and leads the NFL in rushing yards again, who gets fired?
All right, let me ask you. Let me ask you about Derrick Henry, because it's a good question.
Sure.
Do you think they would be winning if they had Derrick Henry right now?
No, but to did they not start the season assuming like you just said, they weren't proclaiming a rebuild at the start of the season. They thought that this team was actually good. So if you thought that offensive line was going to hold up,
I think they were overly optimistic.
Sure.
I think it probably should not have said it publicly, even if they felt it privately. They should have been a little bit more Barry Trotz. Be patient. Be patient.
Right.
We like what we're doing. We're building the foundation.
No team is going to get up and no team's going to get up
can't.
and say, "Hey, we're going to suck this year."
Right.
Just so you know.
That's where a perspective like Derek Mason, on our show in the midday is. He says you cannot come into a locker room, especially with a lot of free agents that you've signed, and tell them it's rebuilding. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose. You can't sell that. But what you can do is be smart about it and temper expectations. The reason they let Derrick Henry go, I believe, is they did want something new. They didn't want
he wanted to go.
Well, I don't know whether he wanted to go or not.
I think he wanted to go.
He might have privately. I just don't know. But I also believe that they were not in a position to tell Derrick Henry, you're going to be carrying the freight again. We're going to go down this same road again. Because for the last 2 years, they tried to lean on Derrick Henry, and their record was 7-10 and 6-11. And they had a ton of things to fix.
Right.
And so if you took a lot of that money and threw it at Derrick Henry again, 1 year older, would that have fixed any of the problems? I think it was sort of a necessary turning of the page. And I am thrilled for Derrick Henry. It doesn't make me feel good that he's doing it for the Ravens, because I've never liked the Ravens. But Derrick Henry is also benefiting greatly from what?
Offensive line.
Well, offensive line, and also a quarterback that is a huge threat.
Right.
And so they're not stacking the box. They have to account for Lamar Jackson.
And go look at the carries. He's not
MVP,
carrying the ball a whole lot.
Lamar Jackson is an MVP level player. So you cannot key on Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry is reaping huge benefits from that. That would not be the case if he were playing for the Titans.
So the game the other night, against the Bucs on Monday Night Football, Derrick Henry went, because Joe Buck said this on the broadcast, went a full hour without touching the football. A full hour without touching the football. 15 carries, 169 yards.
Joe Buck, at the end of the first half, thought something was wrong with Derrick Henry.
But look,
and so he obviously hadn't watched a lot of Titans games, because Derrick Henry usually is not in a 2-minute drill. But it was right. I caught that. I was amused by that.
But listen to this. And like here's the deal. 13 carries, 18 carries, 25 against the Cowboys, 24 the next week, 15, 24, 15. He's not carrying the ball as much. Those 24s and 25s, that's a little more what he was doing here. But he's not the focal point of the offense. And, you know, I go back to whether did he want to leave or not. His goodbye speech, some of the things he said in the offseason, he knew what was happening here. He knew that he wasn't going to contend for a Super Bowl in the next couple of years. And now who knows? He's a freak of nature. His window might be open longer. But if you're being realistic, if you're him, you're thinking, I got 2, maybe 3 more really good years to go out and do this. So I want to go and be on a team. I've loved my time in Nashville. I've loved the Titans. but I want to go be on a team that is built right now today for me to walk through those doors and they can go contend for a championship. And while we may hate it, I hate it too. Baltimore fit that.
It is not working.
Dallas didn't call
it's not working right now, but the idea was it was not at all. They didn't think Derrick Henry could still play.
Nope.
It had nothing to do with that. But I do think they wanted to be less reliant on Derrick Henry. They wanted a new modern offense, which I think the fan base wanted.
Yep.
Right? That wasn't 2-3 tight ends, smash mouth, built solely around Derrick Henry. They wanted a different offense that could grow. 2 years in a row, they had averaged less than 18 points per game. They were, and that was with Derrick Henry. That was with Derrick Henry. So it was time to move on. It was time to turn the page. So to make it all about Derrick Henry, to me, is revisionist history. And I will say this. I didn't listen to Jared's show every day. I did not hear a huge outcry when they made the decision, because it was on the wall for everybody pretty quick. They're moving on from Derrick Henry. I didn't hear outrage. How could you do this?
No, there is one.
Did you?
No, but
Did you?
Brennan from Columbia says, I'm turning this off. You don't get better by letting superstar players walk. Y'all don't have a clue.
Okay, was he calling on that day in March and April?
Yeah.
What?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he was or not. But
Well, I didn't. I know on our show we were not getting waves. How could you let this happen? Let's use another example from your world. Freddie Freeman.
Yep.
When the Braves lost Freddie Freeman, there was outrage from the Braves fans.
Right.
Outrage. Yet they felt like it was time to move on. They had a different solution.
Yeah, there was a little bit more to that, but yeah.
There was a lot of money involved.
There was some agent stuff.
Involved, but there was outrage. I didn't hear anything close to that here in our
think
town.
People were disappointed. Here's what's happening. And you know this. You know how this works. It's just like if Shea Weber had gone to Montreal and won like 3 Norris trophies and 2 Stanley Cups, like there would have been outrage. The fact that Derrick, because for people to cope with this, they basically convinced themselves that he's just not the same Derrick anymore. He's just not any good. It's just, I hate to see him go, but it's time to let him leave. But the fact that he's not, and he's on pace for 2,000 yards, and he's tearing it up, and he's doing it with less carries than he did here, now everybody's like, how could you let him go?
It's revisionist history. It's hindsight. Hindsight's 2020. Where was Derrick Henry drafted in your fantasy league? Was he drafted in the first 5 picks of the draft, as if he was going to put these up? He is exceeding expectations a lot. So unless you knew, and you were calling in training camp to this show or our show or any show and saying they're going to regret losing Derrick Henry, he's going to rush for 2,000 yards. You watch.
Nobody was saying that.
Nobody was saying that. And that's to credit of a special guy in Derrick Henry. So there was a long list of reasons. I do not have a problem with what they did with Derrick Henry. And if you're coming up, you are just trying to come up with reasons as to why to justify what's going on. It's revisionist history.
Exactly. And look, to answer, the questions, what would this team be with him? They might have another win. Maybe. He might, on this team with this offensive line, and as everybody has been texting because we're filling in today, no right tackle.
Right. But it's also an offense that is predicated on backs that are playing 3 downs and catching a lot of passes, things that are not really what Derrick Henry's skill set is.
Right.
And Brian Callahan, when he was hired, Derrick Henry was still on the roster.
Correct.
But I think they knew what offense they wanted to run. They saw the stage that Derrick Henry was in his career. He was already making a ton of money. And so were they going to offer him half of the money?
Right.
Which is what's he making with the Ravens? He's not making what he made at his peak here, I don't think.
It was like it was a 2-year contract, $16 million, including basically an $8 million signing bonus, so $9 million guaranteed.
Yeah, so about half of what he made.
He was making $8 million a year.
Yeah, he was making 15, 16 million here.
Right. And see, here's the other thing. People look at that and go, well, why couldn't we have just done that? But again, it's revisionist history.
But was he going to – this gets back to his mentality. Was he going to do that?
No.
Yeah, I'll stay here for half the money.
Guys, I think he wanted to go. He's not going to say that.
And would you rather play for the Ravens or the Titans?
The Ravens.
If you're going to make less money.
Right. He wants a ring.
Right.
Like,
And he wasn't going to say that, but I think you put yourself in his shoes. You couldn't blame him if that's how he felt.
Okay, when you look at this season, going back to August, going into training camp, whether you said that they were going to win 1 game or 7 games, nobody in their right mind said the Tennessee Titans are going to win the Super Bowl this year. They're going to win the AFC South, and then they're going to beat Baltimore, and then they're going to beat Kansas City, and they're going to beat Buffalo, and they're going to win the whole damn thing. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. Not a soul. If you were, I want whatever you were smoking. Like, nobody was saying that. Derrick Henry is at the point in his career that that's what he wants. He has to be on a team that's going to do that. So the list was small. Now, Dallas, I think, was on his list because he lives there in the offseason. He's always loved the Cowboys. I think that's ultimately where he wanted to go. And Jerry Jones never picked up the phone. That's a different conversation. But I would have put Dallas in that contender category. I think he ended up on a better team. But that's this whole thing. And it's going to keep coming up as long as he keeps playing well.
The other part of the story that I think is intriguing that has been disputed by Rand Carthon is that they had a deal to trade Derrick Henry to the Ravens.
Yeah.
And
I think that's where
I don't know how you would feel if at least you got compensation for Derrick Henry, right? Because in hindsight, if you could do it over again and you knew how the Titans were going nowhere, wouldn't you rather have the extra draft pick rather than nothing?
Right. Now that's where I will give you.
But that would have hurt bad. Like that would have cut to the core to trade Derrick Henry.
There would have been people calling.
And obviously they didn't want to do it, and that's
I don't blame if they had traded him at the deadline last year to Baltimore. All the people now that are saying to fire Rand for other reasons would have said fire Rand because you're traded Derrick Henry.
Yes.
Right. And all the people saying, how could you let him go? It would have been the same thing. So, I mean, that's kind of where it is. 615-737-1025. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in for Jared today. He is traveling. Be back tomorrow. We'll continue this conversation coming up next. Chasing Willie, 1025, 1063, the game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick with you on this Thursday. In for Jared Stillman today. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville. Their grand opening. They're here. We're here 3 to 7. Well, we're here till 6, but they have their showroom open 3 to 7. You can come by, register to win Preds tickets, a lot of different prizes as well. They got some food in there that we're going to have to check out at some point.
Oh, yes. And we're going to need extra energy because I got to get used to this 4-hour shift,
I know.
Man. This is what is
I
this?
do too.
I
So
did this for
is-
years, 4 hours. And man, I'm like, wow, we got a long way
I
to
looked
go.
at the clock and I go, man, I'm almost done. No, not quite.
Got to pace ourselves.
Yeah, so we're on until 6. In for Jared as he's traveling. 615-737-1025. A lot of people have wanted to weigh in about, the Titans and everything we're talking about. We've hit a lot of different angles of this, and we haven't even talked about the matchup against the Lions yet. But with the Derrick Henry stuff and people that keep bringing that up, it's. Megan says on our text line, he thanked every member of the staff after his final game and had to wear sunglasses for his press conference. He was ready to go. I'm happy for him and grateful he gave us fans such a beautiful goodbye. That to me, that day said, look, that's it.
Yeah.
That's his life. It's just like, you remember this, Pecorine. When he played that last game, I think by the time we all left the building, we knew that was his last game.
I never assume
you didn't
but
want
you
to.
Definitely have a feeling, and
Yeah.
you're kind of fighting the fact that you do see you see that, right? You can't not see that
because it was perfect. And I
Mhm.
mean, now they have a statue from that game of him holding the stick up, but
right.
Pekka never did things like that. Just like Derek, that wasn't really Derek, and so you saw it and you go, there you go. But what a perfect ending to to the book. But so my thing is, I'm not going. When I'm going through and I'm doing the report card for Ran Carthon, and I guess Chad Brinker too, but when I'm going through and doing that evaluation, that report card, I am not going to hold letting Derrick Henry leave against him.
No.
Because I believe that was a mutual, hey, we have had a great run together. This has been fantastic. You guys are going in this direction. You're not going to be in, whether they want to admit it or not, they're not going to say it publicly, but you're not going to be in contention to win the Super Bowl. That's what I want to go do. And I'm going to go to a team. And there were probably four to five to choose from that was a realistic possibility. And he went to one.
The biggest marks I have against this group since they moved on from Mike Vrabel, and you could truly say that Ran Carthon and Chad Brinker were calling the shots.
Yeah.
Is that they did not set realistic expectations. They should have tempered expectations better instead of, and I don't think they ever came out and said, we're going to win this division.
No.
We're going to, but I think they gave an impression that they were further along than they were. And it was easy for the fans to pick up on that because what kept getting thrown out there was the millions and millions of dollars they spent in free agency,
Right.
which is the sign of a team that has a ton of holes to fill.
And you were never going to fill
And
all of them.
they needed to address that and say, look, and I did hear Chad Brinker in the long podcast that he did in the offseason. He said that, and people should have taken notice. But when you do that in the context of a 40-minute interview, it's not the soundbite that people are going to take with them.
Right.
It needs to be a theme that's reiterated a bunch. And that was, we can't go to this well every year. That is not a sustainable model to win. You can't go out and buy your way in NFL free agency where to be an unrestricted free agent, the team that you've been playing for has to say, we think this guy's done. His best days are behind him. So you already have that type of player. You're hoping that they still have got something, and you've got to overpay to get that player. So you put that together, it eats up a lot of your cap.
Yep.
And you often get a Calvin Ridley, a good player who's now making more than he's worth. And
You
he
had to
hasn't
overpay,
played.
yep.
You had to overpay to get him, and he's not even doing as well as he did before.
So you had Floyd on every week. You obviously worked with him here. So you probably heard what I'm about to say before. He used to say there are a few reasons why somebody's available. Bad player, bad guy,
right?
The money, or hurt, injured.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So, like, good players.
And that is still true to this day.
Right. Good players, they're not out there unless it's one of those reasons.
Not good enough to turn your team from 6-11
Correct.
into 11-6
Correct.
overnight when you lose.
Now,
when you're moving on from your quarterback, your all-pro safety, and your franchise player, Derrick Henry. You're in a new era.
Now
it wasn't going to happen this quick.
You can mask some of that if you have the quarterback.
Right.
And
you got to hit lightning in a bottle.
And I have been on record in saying that I think with this team, this offense, if Ryan Tannehill was still the quarterback, they'd probably be maybe at least 3-3.
He'd be hurt.
Maybe.
Probably be, he was getting. He couldn't.
You're right.
He
Maybe.
couldn't be. I don't.
But he would have a few more wins than
I doubt
Levis
it.
would.
I don't know if
think
it'd be any different. I don't know. And would it? Would I don't know if I'd feel any better about the future if they did that. Run it back again with Ryan Tannehill. That I don't think that would have made any sense at all.
Right.
Do you agree? Like, why would you do that?
No,
You're
I wouldn't.
changing
No,
coaches.
I wouldn't have run it back with Ryan Tannehill. I'm just saying that's the best example you have.
Right. And look, I will tell you, I thought they would be more competitive than I didn't think they'd be 1-5 with a really good shot at going 1-6 here. I thought they'd win another game or two, but they've been so close. This is the other thing. They've given 2 or 3 games away.
Yeah.
They've given them away.
The record should be better than 1-5.
Right.
I mean, I think we both agree on that.
But to think they were going to be any better than a 7 to 8 win team, and I said 8 because you know me, I'm a glass half full guy. And at the end of training camp, I did like what I saw, and I thought they would have their moments, and I thought Levis would be better than he's been. And if they had not handed the game to the Bears, 8-9, and not the Colts and the Jets, extremely winnable games at home.
Yep.
And I don't know if I would say they should have won, but just get one of those two, and they're right on track to being 7-10 or 8-9 and what we thought. Like it wouldn't be a firestorm like it is.
But now, like 5353 says, Rand told us that they checked all the boxes for this team. Don't run away from it now. That's now people are keying in on some of those things. And Rand, and again, I keep prefacing this. I want Rand to succeed. I'm hoping we hear from him in the next 24 hours. Should have already, but I digress. But it's like he says little things like that. Ball didn't bounce our way. We checked all the boxes, all the things that are nice to say at the time. Well, then they come back up when none of that happens. Like, okay, you checked all the boxes, yet you're 1-5. Now, yes, injuries have happened. Guess what? That happens to every team. There's 31 teams that are dealing with that.
And I would say they have not really had as bad injuries as they had the last
but your
couple years.
quarterback's hurt, allegedly. Supposedly. I mean, I know he did get hurt.
And you really haven't dropped off.
Right.
That actually is a wash, I think.
Yeah. So, your corner that you traded for and paid this offseason, he was hurt. So
but he was there for the first 5 games.
Right. So there's a lot of that's the thing. There's a lot of different ways you can try and talk yourself in or out of how you feel about this team right now. The reality of it is, at the end of the day, they're 1-5.
I think sometimes, I think in the NFL, maybe more than other sports, there is a lack of patience from the fans. And I heard Mike Vrabel say more than once, and I think you heard it as well, that he doesn't believe that that he doesn't believe that you rebuild in the NFL. And I think that is a complete farce. That is not the reality of the NFL.
Nobody wants to ever admit it, though, Willie.
Right, and he played for the Patriots, the one team that had Tom Brady and was able to turn over really the entire rest of their roster and continue to win. But that's not what usually happens.
But you know this,
for
though.
NFL teams. You go through cycles. Every team goes through cycles. The Chiefs had terrible when I was growing up, the Chiefs were terrible for 12, 13, 14
right, but they never
years.
wanted to say they were rebuilding. Nobody, and whether they are or they aren't, nobody wants to say that.
But there's a way to do it. If you have smart PR people and smart messengers, coach, GM, you can convey that without even having to use the term rebuild. You temper expectations.
You do.
They had every opportunity to say a new era. How many times did I say? I blew in the face all summer.
And
it's
like
a new era.
When the Predators
Why didn't they do that?
when the Predators finally did it, everybody was like, "Yeah, let's go!" And they got behind it. And last year, everybody's like, "All right, we're probably not making the playoffs. Whatever, it's cool. We know the direction." And then they did. And now, what's funny is you make all these moves and sign these guys to start off 0-5, and it's like, what the hell's going on? So that's how it is. That's just how it goes. 615-737-1025. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. He's traveling this afternoon, so he's doing just fine. But I had to switch some things around. He did my show from 9 to 11, and now we're doing his. I stole Willie for middays. We'll get to your calls and texts coming up next, live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville here on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
What's mine is mine.
Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared Stillman today. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street, right here on the main drag or across from the Kroger. Come by, say hello. You can win some Preds tickets. They got the showroom open. It's the grand opening. They got some food in there that smells really good. The
Oh,
boys and I are about
yes.
to go check out. All I had was soup and salad today for lunch because I knew I had to get to Underdog.
I could tell. It's calling you. The
Yeah, so
barbecue's calling.
it's
you.
calling.
Yeah.
It's calling me for sure. 615-737-1025. Talking about the Titans. The TD Power Hour coming up at 4:00. Dave in Donaldson wants to weigh in on our conversation. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah. Derek, I remember when they traded you to the Ravens, Titans went downhill after that. I mean, we've seen this playbook before. And Ray Carthon, he hasn't done nothing but get rid of good players since he got here. I haven't seen one good player that he's picked up. You're thinking Sweat's going to be that person, but we don't know. I mean,
That's right.
before it was just the offensive line. And
Okay,
it's still the offensive line.
Okay, so for the record, I'm with you all 100%. It stings more for a Titans fan when a guy goes from the Titans to the Ravens and does really well. And I remember very well when Floyd Reese released Derek Mason and Samari Rolle. And then when I saw they signed with the Ravens, it was like, no.
Right.
Oh, no. And then a year later, Steve McNair was also on the Ravens. Those were not trades, by the way.
I also blame the
released.
weather.
Those were released, right? Players. And that was a long time ago. But this is really the scorecard for me with Rand Carthon. It's this year's draft and last year's draft. Last year's draft, you could say, was somewhat Mike Vrabel, but Rand Carthon's there. They needed a draft. They're trying to dig out of a big hole where they had 3 drafts of nothing. 20, 21, 22. Nothing. So the 23 draft and the 24 draft. Let's take the 23 draft. Skoronski. Question
Jury's
mark.
still out.
Question mark.
Right now, right
Question
now,
mark.
I would say not worth the 11th overall pick. Good
Right.
player, but probably not worth the 11th overall
Is
pick.
he a home run? No.
No.
Is he a single? Yeah, I'd say
Maybe.
And he's still very young. He is younger than a lot of college football players.
I think he's
current
younger
college
than
football
Latham,
players.
isn't he?
No, Latham is very young. He's only
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Levis, we know, is there's a high pop foul and the first baseman's under it, right? It's not looking good. He needs the first baseman to trip or a gust of wind to blow the ball into the crowd so he
Right.
gets more. You get what I'm saying. But Spears, is he a big jump in year 2? No. Who else from that draft? You've got the other offensive tackle that pulled his hamstring in the first play of the game against Buffalo. I don't think he's anything.
No.
So that draft is looking, right? Who else was in that draft? I'm trying to
In
think.
23?
23 draft.
I can pull it up. But see, here's the problem.
They need those drafts. That's where
but Vrabel was picking those players.
Well, okay, but the caller's calling in. He hasn't brought in any good players in. That's why you need those drafts to be on your scorecard as pluses. And this past draft, where it was fully in the hands, there's no dispute that Rand Carthon was in charge of that draft. Latham looks like a good pick. I think Latham's going to be good.
I think.
And I think
Latham's
Sweat
gonna
is
be
going to be very good. So those are 2 hits.
23
right
is
now.
Peter Skoronski, Will Levis, Tajay Spears, Josh Wiley, Jalen Duncan, Colton Bell.
So not a lot
great.
there.
Not great. It's not right now. It's not great.
It has a chance to be okay, but that's not. It doesn't move the needle unless Skoronski makes a jump. I think Skoronski is going to start for a long time, but is he going to at guard be enough of an impact where you're like, okay, yes, that's a pillar, not a Zach pillar, but a pillar for a team that is a winning team.
This goes back to the argument that we had for so long. Corey Davis was a serviceable, decent receiver for this team.
I think a good receiver.
Okay, I'll give you good. He wasn't the 5th overall pick.
Right, but because they drafted well in other parts of the draft,
right,
it had enough good players that didn't sink them. He was a contributor on a really good team.
He was,
right,
but he wasn't the 5th overall pick. Now,
No, but you can get around that.
Sure,
if you draft well somewhere else.
But that
right?
title,
you got to make up for it. You get 7 or 8 swings in every draft, right?
Sure.
So if you get an okay guy, there's a enormous gap between what Corey Davis gave them and what Isaiah Wilson gave them.
100%.
And what Caleb Farley gave them.
100%.
And even what Traylon Brooks is giving.
Yeah.
Right? You take that every day. You take Corey Davis over Traylon Brooks every day.
All day.
So there's so Corey Davis is a single or a double, and you've got strikeouts on the other guys.
Right. Yeah. But
so you got to get your hits right.
But,
at the end of the day, what's your batting average? What's your slugging percentage? See what I'm saying? It's not about one guy.
Sure, but my point is, it's just like, you took a guard with the 11th overall pick. That tag is not going to leave that guy. It just
but you can't focus on one guy. It's the draft collectively, and I have to say, Rand Carthon cannot be happy with where that first draft class is right now, because it doesn't look like they're a foundational draft. And remember, when John Robinson came in, he had the luxury of having the first pick. And so he could wield that, and did, into a lot of picks. And I don't think he hit a grand slam, but he did some good things and built a foundation of a team that was awful and got pieces there.
615-737-1025. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in for Jared today. We'll have the TD Power Hour coming up next. 1025, 1063 The Game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in today for Jared Stillman, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. He's traveling. He's listening because I've heard from him. But we're here at
my personal text line.
Yeah,
also has been lit up by Mr. Stillman, which is good. I'm responding to him as we speak. We appreciate listening. Way to go, Jared.
Skronsky
Did you not trust that the show was in good hands? Is that what it is, Jared?
We're live today, Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256
we're in the
Main
trenches
Street.
for Jared. We're working for you, Jared.
Yeah, we are. Come by and see us. A lot of people here.
Yeah, Jared's missing out, by the way.
We have loaded up our plates.
Yes, we have.
We have, for
very
sure.
Good.
TD going to join in just a second. But yes, Jared says on my personal text line, Skronsky sucks. I mean sucks. He's Chance Warmack, big fat feet. So here he goes again on the big feet for Peter Skronsky. So we will see. Real quick, Tristan has been waiting patiently. Wants to weigh in 615-737-1025. Tristan, what's up?
Yes, I would like to get the first overall draft pick and then trade down and get Drew Aller or the Indiana quarterback, Kurt something, and a tight end, Corden Loveland, a defensive end, an offensive tackle, a receiver, and Peter Skronsky. You only gave him 2 sacks last year, and he was injured for a tiny bit. I think he's really good still. So,
all right, thanks for the call, Tristan. That is quite the Christmas list he wants there. But look, if you can trade, if you ended up with a number 1 overall pick and trade it back, then I don't think you're going to get all of that, but you could definitely get a lot of picks.
Well, it's interesting.
And I know Tehran joins us.
Tehran
well.
joined us, and this is a good place to bring Tehran in because Jared was. We were just talking about John Robinson, how he came in, and the first thing he had was the first pick in the draft.
Right,
and that is you are in a better position to address big holes when you get that. And Jared was questioning. He said, "Not a grand slam." And I was like, well, I don't know if you could say it was a grand slam. I don't think Adoree Jackson was a great player, but you see what I'm saying is he took all of the picks. Not all of them were great.
Yeah.
But he ended up with foundational pieces, right? And that helped them along in the process become a competitive team.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got Derrick Henry's in that trade. You got, I believe Austin Johnson was another. Not Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith. So you got some
Corey
players.
Davis is who they got the following year. Right.
Yeah. But as I corrected myself and said Jonnu Smith. So yeah, I mean you got some got some good players. I mean obviously Derrick Henry, that one right there was worth the whole cost of admission. I think, look, John Robinson did an excellent job, but let it go. Like why is there such a rush to defend? Like I didn't hear this type of defense for John Robinson when he was in office. So to have it now, like it's just. I don't know. It's a part of. Yeah, let's just next topic.
Okay. Well, this is where I want to start with you, and I'm really, really curious of your answer on this because you cover the team every day. Why have we not heard from Ran Carthon yet? The trades are now official. The trades are official. You guys were over there this afternoon. Could have very easily said, "Hey, we're going to bring Ran out. He's going to talk about this with y'all." I know it could happen tomorrow. But, he's got to talk, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, he will talk at some point. I'm pretty sure, almost positive that's going to happen. It's just, I guess it's a matter of is it before or after the trade deadline, and I mean, not every GM speaks as soon. And I'm not, for people out there, I'm not defending Ran Carthon at all. I think he absolutely needs to speak also. But it's just a matter of when does it happen. And, I mean, every GM doesn't speak right after making a trade. Right, so it's something I know pretty sure that he will speak. I can tell you that.
Do you think that maybe and I can speak for myself? I think I do kind of hold this against him a little bit. When they traded Kevin Byard, who had been a pillar for this team and a face of this franchise, and he didn't talk, I was kind of like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he even addressed. You may have been the one that asked him about it. He even addressed that. In the offseason, and it was kind of like, I left that to Mike because Mike had been here. But I think hindsight being 2020, he realized that was probably a mistake. And so that's kind of why I bring it up now you're right, the trade deadline, maybe that's when you do it. But DeAndre Hopkins, that's a big move because that's a big name.
I mean, it's a big name, but I don't know that it was necessary. I know he couldn't speak yesterday because he wasn't.
Sure, and I get that
because there were other obligations. But today, okay, yeah, maybe he could have spoke, but again, like the Chiefs GM isn't speaking. Why isn't everybody like, hey, why isn't I forget his name? Why isn't he speaking? And they're the team that acquired Hopkins. I don't see why it's mandatory for him to speak right now immediately. I do think it is mandatory for him to speak around the trade deadline. At some point he has to speak within the next week or so.
When is the trade deadline now? How close are we?
It's November 5th.
Okay. My argument, TD, for him speaking more in the moment now would be, I think it would be smart to get the message out and be out front of it rather than wait. And I think you also know that when you don't speak, it's the coach that has to answer all the questions on that. And I thought Brian Callahan did a good job working around that yesterday when the trades weren't even official. He could have just said, look, I can't talk about this. I'm aware. And he kind of did, but he was good. I think it's sort of talking about the mentality that you're trying to win every game on Sunday, but you're also looking at the big picture here, and you got to make business decisions. But I think Rand Carthon would help himself. I've said this all along. I think Rand Carthon is very good as he's a personable guy. He's a good communicator. I think that could help him when they're struggling right now, get through the storm, and because they're in a storm right now.
Yeah, they're in a storm, but him speaking right now, getting the message out to who?
The fans.
Okay. So let's say he speaks and he says, hey, look, we're about winning. We are not going to make it. We don't plan to make any more moves. And then the Lions call and say, hey, look, man, we need pass rush help. We're going to give you a second-round pick for Harold Landry. Then what?
Well,
everybody out there, who wants to, critique this man for not taking enough breaths in 60 seconds is going to say, hey, you said that you weren't going to make any moves and you made a move. Like, I don't see the message could be, you deliver the message actually through what it is that you're doing, right? I would feel like as if they make a bunch more moves, they're making it clear, hey, that's the message. And then you come back and you clarify what the message was after your actions spoke to it.
That's clearly the approach they appear to be taking if he's not going to speak until the trade deadline. But I think you can have a press conference after two pretty significant deals and say, we're looking at everything. I'm not saying we're going to make more moves. I'm not saying we're not. Regardless of what we're doing, we're going to try like heck to win every game, but we realize we've got to get assets here. We need.
But then he does that, and then everybody's like, "Oh well, that was a meaningless press conference. He didn't tell us anything. It's all cliche. It's all coach speak."
Well, I mean, I'm trying to ask this in the right way here. Do you want to talk to him right now? As a beat writer?
I would, yeah, definitely. I would like to talk to him right now. I 100% would love for him to speak before the trade deadline. But what I'm saying is I don't think it's mandatory from his perspective to speak before. I think as long as if I'm him, I'm looking at it like this. It's not mandatory for me to get my message out right now. It's not mandatory to make sure everyone understands what it is we're doing right now. My actions will show that, and then I'll speak afterwards. Now, the journalist side of me, the beat writer side of me, like, yeah, I want him to talk right now because I want to know, okay, look, are you on the same page with your head coach? Your head coach is saying, hey, I'm worried about winning. The front office, they have to keep their eye on the future. Okay, well, how are you guys going to mesh these two together? That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? What I would be asking in a press conference. So, yeah, I mean, there's two sides to it. All I'm saying is I understand why he's not speaking now. And from his perspective, I don't think it's mandatory or necessary.
Sure. And I get that. I 100% get that. But I also know, and you see this too, the fan base is upset, and whether that's because they had unrealistic expectations on this season or not, I don't know. You know how a fan base can be. It's a roller coaster ride, ups and downs. But I get it from their perspective too, of like, hey, you're the guy making the calls. You're the guy that put this team together. You know, Chad too. It's a collective, whatever. What's the plan? And if he's going to address that at the trade deadline, fine. I'm okay. I'll give you that. But I just, my thing is, like, if you guys had been over there today, practice wraps up, you're doing your open locker room thing, Robbie comes out and goes, hey, Rand's going to come out here for like 5 minutes. I think that would have been a good look for him. That's just my opinion.
It absolutely would have been a good look, right? It would have been a good look. Is it mandatory? No. But it would have been a good look.
And that's fine.
Well, let's take a step further, Teron, because I think the message is important. And I think the more you can get your message out there, the better you are, especially if you're good at delivering the message. Do you think in hindsight that they would have been a little bit better off tempering expectations, not saying, hey, we're tanking or anything like that, but being a little bit more, hey, this is a new era. We're not sure what we're going to see. Be patient with us, etc. You know, and not necessarily use the word rebuild, but sort of present that a little bit more as a possibility.
Yeah. I think work in progress, that's something that definitely should have been reinforced. And here's the thing, right? You know, you got these moves that are happening, right, with L'Jarius Sneed being brought in, signing Calvin Ridley and Sebastian Joseph Day, and trading for Ernest Jones IV, and signing Kenneth Murray Jr., and signing Lloyd Cushenberry. There's a bunch of moves that have happened, and it caused fans to have a sense of excitement, right? Because it's exciting when your team is finally bringing in players. But I do think it should have been reinforced that, hey, look, this is all work in progress. Like we are happy, very happy with what we've done right now, but we have a lot more work to do. We have a lot more improvement to do. In the meantime, though, I think we really can compete. I believe that we could compete, and that's the goal. Boom. Like you're balancing it out. I think that was the best way to approach it.
We'll have more with Teron Davenport. It is the TD Power Hour. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today, 102.5, 106.3, The Game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared Stillman today. 102.5, 106.3 the game. The TD Power Hour. Teron Davenport is at our studios. He's getting ready for a Thursday edition of Jake and TD coming up at 6 o'clock tonight with Jake Lyman. So now that these trades have been made, Teron, do you see more? I mean, we saw this last year. They trade Kevin Byard, and then there were other rumors, but that was really the only move they made. They've already made 2 ahead of the trade deadline, which I believe, is it next week or 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's November 5th, so a little beyond. We're looking at what, 12 days?
Yeah, 12 days. So do you feel like that there's more on the horizon for this Titans team as they are now starting to maybe look ahead to 2025?
I think there is definitely the front office. They're looking ahead to 2025, right? And it's not a matter of like offloading salary as much as it's a matter of, okay, look, man, picks, right? You want to be able to accumulate draft picks. And that's something that Ran Carthon has talked about multiple times when he discussed strategy and plan to, they want to get picks, right? And it's just like a shooter, right? John Starks, man, like you keep shooting until you shoot yourself into a hot streak. And that's what they're looking to do. And I think when you look at just overall this year so far, it's been pretty solid. Last year, I heard you guys running through that, and they haven't had a lot of picks, right? So the more swings that you could get, the better, and I think that's going to help them. Obviously, some of it is self-inflicted, right, because they traded the third for to move up to get Levis, and then they traded the third to get Snead the following year. So they have to balance that out and get that draft capital.
Teron, along those lines, we're talking about how Ran Carthon has to build back a foundation to invest in, right? You need those. We started the show today, or at least towards the beginning of the show, looking at the big hole in the Titans roster right now that they inherited when they came in, and that was the 3 drafts that really came up with zeros, not just poor drafts, but just devastatingly bad drafts with Isaiah Wilson on down, right? We don't need to go through all of that, but they need to find picks. I think I'm pretty optimistic on Latham. I'm very optimistic on Sweat. Those guys look pretty good. How would you evaluate Skoronski at this point? Because he's a key swing guy, right? He hasn't lit it up. He had the appendectomy last year. I still think there's hope for him. He's still pretty young. But how do you see his progress from last year to this year?
He's gotten stronger, right? But I wonder how much better he could get, right? I think he still needs to get better. And obviously last year you had the issues with the, appendix and that bursting and, having to go through all that. He's definitely gotten stronger. The position I think is one that is an important position, protecting the pocket inside out. And it's just he has to get better. There's no way getting around it. To justify, being the 11th overall pick, he has to be a more impactful player, and they're not getting the impact necessary.
Let's talk about the trade with Ernest Jones for Jerome Baker plus the 4th. The exact type of trade they should be looking at. I think that is – I'm really curious what Seattle thinks to make this move, because that's a pretty decent amount of draft capital to give up when you're swapping linebackers that appear to be the same type of player to me, Teron. Am I missing something here?
Yeah. So here's the thing. I thought it was interesting talking to Jerome Baker today. He said, first off, that he wanted to be here. He really liked the people. He liked the scheme. There just was a contract situation that wouldn't allow it to work out. If you remember, he was here and then he left and he went and signed with Seattle. Now, in gathering some of the information I did in regards to Baker and the Seahawks, I'll say this. There were questions about effort. That's what came up a couple times in conversations. But I tell you what's even more interesting. It was Terry McCormick and I, along with Kayla Anderson, we were there talking to him, and Terry had asked him, if he was surprised about getting traded, and he said no. So and I dropped the ball. I should have instantly been like, well, why weren't you surprised? But I just didn't do it. And that tells me that there was something that wasn't right. because if you're a player, especially a guy that just signed a deal, you would think, and I know it's a 1-year deal, but still you signed a contract, you would think that he would be surprised if he got dealt. So something wasn't kosher there. I don't know what it was, but I would say this: Ernest Jones IV is a heck of a player, and they lost a heck of a player in him. But I mean, Jerome Baker, when healthy, he's a good player. I just don't think he's the same caliber as Ernest Jones IV right now.
Teron Davenport is with us, the TD Power Hour. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared Stillman today. We know Brian Callahan said yesterday that Will Levis likely out another week, so it looks like Mason Rudolph will start again. Where are you at with Levis in this whole thing? I mean, we've talked about got to slide, got to take care of yourself. He was making a big play. That's how he got hurt. Do you think, though, that this sitting out and kind of watching from afar is going to ultimately be good for him in the long run, that maybe he can see things from a different angle that he's not seeing in game?
He's going to need to. He said that is something that could benefit him. And one of the things that Brian Callahan said is Levis is kind of serving as the Rudolph role, whereas Mason Rudolph, he comes off the field, Levis is telling him what he saw, and they're kind of going back and forth. Sometimes looking at things like corporate terms, shifting the paradigm, sometimes doing that will allow you to see things differently, and it could allow you to see things more clearly. For his sake, hopefully that's the case. He personally said today when we spoke to him, he said that being able to step back and just kind of watch it should help him. So we'll see what happens. He needs to turn things around quickly though, because frankly, he hasn't been it. And you mentioned him getting hurt. Well, you know what? He shouldn't even have had to run for that first down if he would have just made his read and threw the ball to Chigakonkwo, who was open beyond the sticks. So
I'm with you. And I mean, I think that's got to be a part of the questions moving forward. Is he going to be the guy, or are they going to bring somebody in here to compete for that job coming up next year? We'll have more with Teron Davenport, the TD Power Hour. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
the Mets. Meet the Mets. Step right up and
We had to hear this.
Very
song.
tasteful.
Yes,
Very
sir.
tasteful.
Hey, good luck starting tomorrow. Oh wait, no, just kidding. No, guys had a great season. I'll say good things. Had a great season. Chase McCain, Willie Donning, in for Jared today. It is the TD Power Hour, so I'm stuck with a couple of Mets fans.
Hey,
as
listen,
a Braves fan, that's okay.
I had to have that song be played because you are now talking to a New York Mets season ticket holder.
Wow.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I caught the buzz, man.
This is good news.
Being up there for that game 3 it's at 48 years old. I got a memory that's going to stay with me for the rest of my life. And this whole season has been, well, the latter half of the season has been, yeah. And you know my guy Willie, Mark Vientos. So yeah, I got center field, man. Row 3, got a really good price on it. 2 tickets for 20 games, man, including the Subway Series, the home opener. I see. Yeah, we gotta do it.
All right. Does that mean you're sitting with the guys that wear the orange shirts every game? They call them the 7 train guys.
It's
you in that
around there.
section?
It's around. I think that is the section 138. I think that is. But hey, even if it's not, man, I'm just to be there in that stadium to experience Edwin Diaz come out, worth the cost of admission.
Yes, no question. We're right. We gotta savor the moment a little bit here. Now, Teron, here's a call we got earlier today.
Okay.
Talking about Derrick Henry, and I think Chase and I agree this is very much hindsight 2020 revisionist history. But clearly there is a hurt from Titans fans because the Titans are struggling and Derrick Henry is not just doing well, but doing extremely well for the Ravens.
Record-setting
it has been
pace.
a great signing. But it seems like it's being used against Rand Carthon in a why would you let this guy go kind of thing. But you tell me your thoughts on why you might disagree with that. Because Chase and I gave our take on that.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, look, if Rand would have traded him, then it's like, oh well, how could you trade away? So either way, he was going. If he would have signed him and Derrick Henry didn't rush for 1,500 yards, it's like, oh, how could you? Why would you pay an old? Because that's what people were saying going down the stretch when Derrick Henry wasn't the otherworldly person that he was in years before and in now. And I think that's the thing you have to look at. Not all situations are the same. Here with the Titans, Derrick Henry was getting hit at or behind the line of scrimmage at a large percentage of the time, right? Now you look with the Ravens before this past game, it was 3.2 yards on average he was gaining before getting hit. Again, 3.2 yards, right? He never saw that here. But then you also have to look at it, and this is something that I said because I know like Stillman and a lot of people like, oh, well, you can't put him in the shotgun offense. He's not going to fit with the Ravens. Like, they're going to adjust, and they could still run out of shotgun, but they're also going to go under center. And one of the things that you have to remember with the Ravens as a defender, you always have to go +1 at the second level or in the secondary. You have to account for Lamar Jackson. They love to run that stretch play, and mind you, you got a 300-pound fullback in front of them, in addition to actually having to account for Lamar Jackson. You run the stretch, he hands off. If he wants to pull it and boot to the opposite side, somebody has to be there to account for that. But then not only that, if he wants to pull it and run on any play, you look at the Colts game last year where Zach Moss had that 60-yarder. Kevin Byard was out of position, not because he didn't do his job, but because he did his job. He had to go with Anthony Richardson because of the threat that Richardson is, and that opened up an opportunity for nobody to be there once Zach Moss got to the second level. So I say all that to say not all situations are the same. With the Ravens, Derrick Henry's in a perfect fit, and that's why you're seeing these numbers. He's on pace to beat Eric Dickerson's record.
So if you take a look at DeAndre Hopkins and how he fits with the Chiefs, Titans fans really are incentivized for him to do well and the Chiefs to do well because that would maximize his return. So how do you think DeAndre Hopkins will do? And do you think there's any chance he will play 60% of the snaps?
It's going to be tough. I don't know how many percentage of the snaps he's going to play this week, right? Because, he just got there on a Thursday, and the schemes are different, right? Unlike Jerome Baker, who got here on Thursday, and he could play because the schemes are the same. I don't know. I mean, he said that he's rejuvenated, so I would imagine that he'll be healthy enough to play, but I don't know about the 60 snaps. That's going to be interesting, but you do have to remember, like, they just put Sky Moore on IR, so he's out for the next 4 games. So they're going to have bodies out there, so we'll see.
Okay, but like Robbie Stanley was here earlier, and I was joking with him of like he walks into the meeting room with Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes looks at him and goes, "Hey, you run 30 yards that way, and I'll throw it to you." I know it's not quite that simple, but I feel like with those two, you could almost just dumb it down as much as possible, and they would be able to pull it off. You agree or disagree?
I mean, to an extent, you can, but there's still the timing aspect that has to be there, too,
Sure.
And we know that DeAndre Hopkins, fortunately for Patrick Mahomes, he's a guy, like, he's the Dennis Rodman of receivers, right? He always knows where the ball is going to be, and he finds a way to get in position to catch it. So it's like, just throw it in the area, he'll probably make a play.
Teron Davenport is with us. Get your questions ready for him, 615-737-1025. We'll take some texts and calls for TD in the TD Power Hour. Looking back now and it was a short book, but it's now closed, the DeAndre Hopkins era in Nashville with the Titans. Do you still think it was worth it?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was worth bringing him in and, moving him too, because
right,
he checked out, man. Like, he was done here. He was done. He realized, there's a certain amount of his career left, and he hasn't won a championship. I mean, wouldn't you want to go from the Titans to the Chiefs? Like, no offense, but like,
yeah.
So
all day,
yeah.
Sign me up. Can I go right now? No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
I love what I'm doing, but I get it. Like, I totally understand.
But from an asset management, Teron, I think you would agree. They got one productive year out of him. And then they wheeled him for an asset back.
Yeah, I don't like
good
the incentives.
utilizing of funds.
I don't like the incentives. I would have angled to get better incentives. I don't like that. Oh, you got to go to the Super Bowl and 60% snaps. Like, I don't like that.
I agree.
Do you think they could have maybe lobbied to get something a little more reasonable to get that to a fourth?
I think they kind of had the Chiefs by the what. So I think they could have. Yes.
I am curious on how that went back and forth and how they settled on those terms, because I would have liked a little bit more of a realistic shot at a fourth. I don't know what I put the probability on, but all these things that we're talking about, I think it's way less than 50-50 for both. If it's either or, okay. But if both have to hit, that's a lot that has to go right week in and week out. And he can't get hurt because that almost sinks you right there, and he could miss a game or two. Let me ask about the other part of this, TD. You mentioned he's kind of checked out. They can't afford to have that happen with Calvin Ridley. So how are they trying to – I don't want to say he's a reclamation project. It's too early in the tenure here, but how do they get him moving in the right direction here and not let him sag confidence-wise? Because I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And just real quick, Hopkins – here with the Titans, he's played 45% of the snaps. So 45.3 to be exact. So yeah, that's going to be
59% there. Watch
59.7. As far as Ridley, here's the thing. Ridley, what I'm finding with him is like he's pretty intense. Like, he's emotional, and I think they just have to play on that. Right. And when I say emotional, like, I'm not saying like he's soft or anything like that. Like, he's someone who, like, if he doesn't like something, you're going to know, and it's going to be up front. And he's someone that really, really wants to win. And I don't think they have to worry about him checking out. In fact, when you look at the guys coming out, right, the receivers, the O-line, and just that group that comes out, it's Calvin Ridley that's leading them in the huddle and telling them, like he did last week, hey, let's just go 1-0 this week. So I don't think he as a leader on that defense, I don't think that he's someone that you have to worry about checking out. Or excuse me, that offense.
Teron Davenport is with us. Get your questions ready for him. 615-737-1025. To your phones next, the TD Power Hour. Chase McCabe and Willie Donick in for Jared today, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick with you in for Jared Stillman, little Eddie Murphy.
Boy, if we ever get Teron, D-Mace, and myself in the studio, we're going to have a sing-along karaoke for all. This is one of the all-times right here.
He had another song in '88. I can't say, the words to it, but, man, it was funny. Look up Eddie Murphy. Look up Eddie Murphy songs.
I think I know the one you're talking about.
I think I know which one you're talking
Maybe
about.
a little more PG-13.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite for the youngsters, but,
Something
Eddie
like
Murphy.
that. That is for sure.
That's hilarious.
The TD Power Hour, 615-737-1025. All right, I need you to clarify something for us because you said you're going to be a Mets season ticket holder. We did have a few texters that were freaking out a little bit. Does that mean we're losing you?
No.
Okay.
No. Not losing me. I just, I'm going to be going back to Queens a little more often. That's all.
I like it. Good for you.
And it's in the
Good for you.
summertime, like spring and summer. So you know what I mean? We're going to keep the coverage right.
All right, let's get to some questions. Why has this coming from an unnamed texter? Why has almost every move the Titans have made over the last few years seem like it's been the wrong move to make?
Hey, that's a great question, and it does seem like everything has been the wrong moves. You got guys going elsewhere, right? Elijah Molden going to the Chargers, balling out. Malik Willis to the Packers. I think it's just a matter of guys landing in right situations. I think that's really the bottom line, and it's just things have just not gone right for this team the last couple of years. I mean, that's really all I can say to that. There are some moves that have gone right, though, right? You look at Kenneth Murray Jr. I think you know he's someone for the most part that has been a good move. Sebastian Joseph Day, you know, but it's just they're not getting enough moves to where it's like that's a home run. Too many singles and doubles.
I like all the trades for Ernest Jones, both getting him here and then sending him to Seattle because of, I mean, you're getting a 4th round pick. I think you got a 6th round pick as well. So you're getting draft capital.
Yeah, no, and that's what they're looking to do. So
Joey from Bellevue, TD, I'm taking my son to Detroit this weekend for our father-son Titans road trip for the game. Will you go to the Pistons versus Celtics game Saturday night? If so, we wanted to say hello.
That is crazy that he said that. Yes, I will be row 15. I forget the section, but it's behind the basket, row 15. So I purchased those tickets last night. I gotta stop shopping like late night. You know what I mean? I'm laying in bed and I'm scrolling. I bought those tickets. I bought a pair of sneakers. I got to get off my phone late night. But long story short, yes, sir, I will be there. If there's DM me on Twitter, and we could definitely link up. I always love meeting fans.
So Willie knows this from traveling with the Predators and when I've gone with them. So whenever you're going for work, you're going to a city to cover the Titans. Do you always look at the other sports to see who's in town to say, hey, maybe I could sneak that in?
Mm-hmm. I always do, man. I have a little routine. Like I like to see the baseball stadium. I want to see the basketball arena. Even if I'm not going to a game, like I want to take a picture.
Yeah.
Like I have that. And Hard Rock. I want to see every Hard Rock in the city that I go to, Hard Rock Cafe. So.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
1592 says, my question for TD, do you think the biggest reason for Levis not being as good this season as last season is because Derrick Henry was making defenses stack the box and leaving more one-on-ones on the outside versus this season where Pollard doesn't do that?
That's a great point. Defenses focus so much on stopping Henry, and they work that play action, and the play action gives you those wide open windows to throw the football to. But I will say this, another thing that really is not being taken into account that needs to is look at the uptick in too high, right? There's a huge uptick. Teams are not trying to give up those big plays, and that big play, like that was Levis's thing, air yards. You know what I mean? And it's tougher to do that against too high. So they have to do some things to get teams out of that too high. And the funny thing is, though, if you look at it, you are, and Nick Holtz kind of touched on this. You look at the Bills game, they had safety blitzes, like teams are run blitzing where they're not loading the box pre-snap, but they're putting guys in the box. So it's a balance of the two.
Where do you think, TD, they can get more, especially in second halves as defenses adjust? Because I see each week drives that I say to myself, that they're really on the same page. You got 11 guys working together. They're executing. They have one or two drives that look great. They put themselves in position at halftime to be right there. And then they just can't get anything going in the second half. What's happening there?
Yeah, there's a couple things that you're looking last week, right? What was happening was you had the negative plays and you had the penalties. And this team, this offense is just not in a situation where you have guys that could get you out of a 3rd and 17 hole, right? They don't have guys that could do that enough. So everything has to go right. Like you have to get a nice gain on first down. You have to at least, build on that on second down to be able to get the first down on third down. So that's really the problem. They have to stay ahead of the chains, and they're not. And then also just, I mean, there's too many 3-and-outs. You know, they're not getting enough opportunities to layer plays. And you have, let's face it, Brian Callahan has had some hiccups calling the plays, but then when he calls the play right and the guy's wide open, you know, the quarterbacks aren't getting the ball there, or you know, the receiver drops it, or they're not getting the protection. Like, we could talk until tomorrow about the different things happening.
Who stands to gain the most among the wide receivers with Hopkins gone now?
Oh, it's the hood on Honda Accord, right? It's Nick Westbrook and Kenny. You know what I mean?
So you don't think this is you don't think there's a Traylon Burks one more shot kind of thing? Do you think they've moved on from him at this point?
I don't think that there's going to be a focus to get him the football. I don't. No.
I don't trust him.
Well, he certainly hasn't given you any reason, but I'm seeing an opportunity. There's more snaps out there, and we're looking for pieces to move forward with.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very telling about where they believe they are in the process with Burks, because it's another 0 in the scorecard.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Or bogey, whatever sports term you want to use, right?
All right,
double bogey.
We got a couple of phone calls that we want to squeeze in. Adam in Portland has been waiting patiently. Adam, what's up? Adam, hello.
Adam in Portland.
Hey, can you hear me?
Got you.
Yeah,
now.
we got you.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, sorry, bud. Yeah, man. Hey, I'm getting Darren Donick and Chase vibes today, man. It's killer.
Throwback. Mashup.
So here's my problem, dude. If your best friend, and I come over from 104.5 to this station, I pretty exclusively listen to this because Floyd Reese was going to be on here. I say that, preface it by saying if your best friend was a general manager, you should not speak on general managers just because nobody's going to live up to them. I think it's so unfair how Rand is being talked about like he's trash, dude. Like, literally still catching up from a 2020 draft that the team is absent of their first-round pick, the 2021 draft where they're absent of their first-round pick. So, like, if we had a bookend right tackle right now and a great corner, how much better would our team be, you know? So that's the way I look at it. Teron, I guess that's my question to you is, like, how do people not see that Rand's still catching up? And am I being too soft on him? Because I feel like he's being mistreated in this, like, all the fault being put on him right now.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I would say this, and let me preface it with this. Rand has not done good enough. He has not, right? But at the same time, I don't know that it's time to say, hey, fire him, because it takes time. Like, you got to dig out of this hole a little bit. Let's face the facts. This organization has one first-round pick that signed a second deal dating back to 2017. None of the other first-round picks, and there's been 5 to 6 of them have signed a second deal.
Well, what year was Simmons? Simmons would be the one exception.
Simmons was
right?
2019. That is the one. So, to Adam's point, he is building out of, something like he has to recreate the foundation. That's the bottom line. But he hasn't done good enough to this point. But not bad enough to warrant being fired.
Yeah, I agree with that. Real quick, one more. Wes has a question, and I'm curious to see where this is going to go to. It's on leadership. Wes, what's up?
All right. So I actually got a couple of questions. I'll try to make this quick, but I was going to try to ask these questions in order, TD. Really fast, do we have a leadership problem on this team, yes or no?
I'm not going to say a problem, but potential for one.
Okay. Who are the leaders on this team?
If you ask me, Jeffrey Simmons, Calvin Ridley, Tajay Spears, Tony Pollard,
Cushenberry.
Cushenberry.
I'm just saying that because Callahan mentioned him yesterday.
I think I will say J.C. Latham before Cushenberry. Actually, I'm just talking about from what I've seen. And did I mention Ridley also?
Yeah, you said Ridley.
So
Okay. So with that being said, that's where I'm struggling. It's kind of like a toss-up of names. We didn't replace the leadership from Ben Jones. We sent KB off and didn't replace that leadership. We let Tannehill walk, who I really – and look, I know everybody wanted Tannehill to go, but I thought that Will Levis would have been better off working with Tannehill opposed to Mason. and then you let Henry leave. So my question is, it's really kind of up in the air if we do or we don't have a leadership problem and who the leaders are. But we knew in the past. How do we not blame Rand for this issue specifically?
Well, I don't look. Here's the thing. It's not like, they said, "Hey, Derek, get the heck out of here." Derek wanted to go win a championship. But then also you have to look at the leaders who were here. You talk about Ben Jones. You talk about Derrick Henry. These are guys that were here for a amount of time. I don't think you can blame Rand for that. Because you look, the guys that I mentioned that are leaders, like it's if you're there at games and you watch these guys come out, or you go to practice like camp, you will see Calvin Ridley is a leader, and not only by the way championship on three. By the way, you talk to anybody and they say, man, that dude worked. He's one of the hardest working people I ever seen. That's a leader. J.C. Latham
you can't
is a
have
leader.
the same guys. I mean, Byard and Tannehill, these are great players, great leaders, Henry, but the window was closed. You can't keep those guys here forever. They're not ageless.
Listen, Amani Hooker is another lead. Like, there's leadership on the team. It's just not the same, like, out in the open, direct leadership. Like, maybe the organization, maybe the team, the social media team, maybe they need to, post a little more of Calvin Ridley breaking the huddle down, like they did Derrick Henry. There's a lot to it.
Leadership can also be defined in many different ways.
Yeah.
And I think people lose sight of that. Like, for instance, and I know we got to go, but Jeffrey Simmons, I think, like, I don't look at him as, hey, that's a natural leader right there. And I don't mean that as an insult. I think, like, Kevin Byard kind of came across that way. I think Jeff has had to grow into it. I think he's learned. I think he's made some mistakes that he's learned from this year, that I'm seeing him go, okay, all right. I'm seeing it. Like, I'm starting to see it. But I think he had to grow into that. When they're, as you know, you've been around a lot of locker rooms, there's some guys that they just got it. They just and
KB's
that's just
one
them.
of them.
KB's one.
Of them. And I think
100%.
the thing we got to look at too, like, this is a brand new team, right? So it's going to take a while for leaders to lock in. But I definitely feel that Calvin Ridley he's a leader. I've been impressed with just the way he's been, and obviously, there's issues, but I've been impressed with Ridley.
Good stuff, TD. Appreciate it as always. And we'll be listening in about an hour for Jake and TD.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. Teron Davenport, the TD Power Hour. We'll have more in the 5 o'clock hour. Chase McCabe, Willie Donning in for Jared today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. 5 o'clock hour, Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared Stillman today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Willie Donick is with me. I borrowed him from the midday show. Big Joe, celebrating being a grandfather, is with his daughter and now new granddaughter. So congratulations, Joe.
Congratulations, Joe.
Jared is traveling. That's why he's not on today. He was on this morning. So a lot of moving around, but it's okay. Cross promotion.
It's a mashup from Pella Windows and Doors of Nashville. They've had a really nice gathering here. You know, some people are excited we're here. Some people are like, hey, man, it's happening inside. So whichever way floats your boat. But we'd like to think we're adding to the ambiance here.
I think
in
so.
Hendersonville. It's a beautiful day.
I think so. I do. We have talked a lot of Titans today, but you and I kind of were talking during the break and wanted to bring this to the air. College football, to me, has been, and maybe we say this every year, I don't know, it's been more fun this year than I can remember in a long time because it's a curse to be number one, apparently, especially when you come to West End. But so Oregon this week plays Illinois, which is ranked 20th, so look out. Go Illini. The SEC, I think, has kind of been eating itself, as we thought might happen with this expanded SEC. So you got some big games with Texas coming to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's ranked in the top 25 for the first time in I don't know how long. 2008, probably?
Mid-season since 2008. Yeah. They some of James Franklin's teams, at least one, maybe two, that finished 9-4, I think ended up in at least one top 25 poll. But mid-season, you got to go back to when Bobby Johnson and his crew hosted College Game Day. And I know some people that are younger are saying, no way, College Game Day's never come to Vanderbilt. They did. 2008. Remember, they started 4-0.
Yep.
Auburn came in and they beat Auburn to go 5-0.
That was Cadillac Williams and Campbell, I think?
No, I think it was after that. It was not a great Auburn team.
Okay, maybe
and
not.
Vanderbilt beat them. But they proceeded to lose 6 of the last 7 and barely get in. But they did make a bowl game and win the Music City Bowl, which I attended.
I attended that too. It was very cold on New Year's Eve.
Oh my gosh, was it ever? It was cold, but it was worth it. I had never seen at the time Vanderbilt play in a bowl game.
And
they won it.
My dad and I were sitting like upper lower bowl. It's kind of the corner of the end zone. And there was this elderly gentleman sitting in front of us that probably, I mean, he was talking about, he remembered the last time they were in a bowl game.
26 years earlier.
He had like tears in his eyes and like, had been a Vanderbilt fan his whole life. And it was just the coolest thing to see. My dad too, obviously. He had felt it.
Me three. I was
26
26 years. I didn't really start watching Vanderbilt football until
was the Peach Bowl?
1988. I think it was the Hall of Fame Bowl in 1982.
Yeah, that's right.
And so there were a lot of people that thought they'd never see that. And so they got the win over Boston College. But that's the last time that they even got ranked in the middle of the season. So it's rare. And I do think that probably has the attention of Texas more so than it would have. I don't think Vanderbilt is going to sneak up on Texas or really anybody else that they play between now and the end of the year. And that's a good thing in the big picture. But I do think that the sneak attack was in play, especially against Virginia Tech and to a degree against Alabama. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Like they were an unknown coming off of a terrible year. They shocked Virginia Tech. They had lost to Georgia State, and I think that had Alabama going, we'll go in there and we'll have all our fans there. We'll kill them. And they got shocked. I think Texas is going to be, beat Virginia Tech. Hasn't lost at home. Beat Alabama. We got to be ready. And they're coming off, obviously, a very emotional, tough loss where they gave up the top spot.
You know what I feel like, too, is kind of fun about this year? So for so long, going back to the BCS era and even before that, you got penalized for losing. Like you couldn't really lose a game. Maybe you get away with one loss depending on the circumstance. But really, like once you lost the game, it's kind of like you're out. And then you go into the playoff era where only the 4 get in. It was kind of the same thing. Now, again, it kind of depended on what was, how close was it? Who was it to? Style points. I think we're retraining ourselves a little bit because of these power conferences, because there are now 12 teams that make the playoff, that you do get a mulligan. Now, you can't completely, the Arkansas loss could come back and bite Tennessee at some point. But you are going to see a 1-loss, maybe even a 2-loss. I don't think a 3-loss, but maybe team get into the playoff because of the way it's all set up now.
It seems like it's logical there will be more than one 2-loss team that gets in at large.
I would think so. I mean, if you look at the top 12 right now, I mean, Oregon's undefeated. Georgia has 1 loss. Penn State's undefeated. That ain't gonna last long. I don't trust Penn State. Ohio State's got 1 loss. Texas, Miami's undefeated. I don't think they're on the table. Tennessee, LSU, Clemson, they got 1 loss, and then Iowa State's undefeated. So a lot can happen.
A lot of teams
10.
will play each other in that mix, right? So that I come away thinking this. I'm with you that all of the change, as much as I don't like a lot about it, I do think that it has helped make it more competitive and more unpredictable than it has before. There are more teams in let's say slots 30 through 60 that really have closed the gap on teams 1 through 30, right?
Right.
Vanderbilt, Alabama would be a great example, but there's plenty of others. And NIL, the good players are moving around and finding spots because they want to play. And Kirby Smart and Nick Saban can't hoard, and Urban Meyer used to do it at Ohio State, hoard all the players.
Yeah.
Right? Now it's so easy to play. Well, hey, look, I'm blocked. I got Joe Burrow in front of me, or I got this. I'm going over here. I'm going to go play. Not just quarterbacks anymore. So
you know what teams are going to benefit from that, though? Your Vanderbilts. You're
already seeing it, right?
Yeah.
From last year to this year is night and day. So that has added some intrigue, I think, to everything. The other thing that Mitch Light said, something you just kind of touched on, he put it in these terms. During this time of the year of college basketball in February, we're all trying to figure out, where's my team going to be seated? Is my team going to get in? Who are the bubble teams?
Right.
We haven't really done that broadly for college football, but now we almost have to retrain ourselves into a team's resume. For example, Tennessee. They're tracking pretty well. If they were to lose, I think they have a chance of beating Georgia on the road. But if they don't, and they look good, if they don't stumble anywhere else along the line, do they get in with 2 losses? I'm sure mathematicians and analytics people are already looking. Maybe people from their own end that want to lobby people on the committee and let people know this is what we're about. Because I think there will be a lot of teams with roughly the same resume that try to get into those at-large spots. And then, of course, you got to win 4 games to win the whole national championship. But getting into the playoffs, I think, is a big deal.
Oh, I think it's a huge deal. And look, I mean, there's teams that we never would have talked about that are in position to do that. We'll continue this discussion coming up next. You can weigh in 615-737-1025. That's our phone and text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in for Jared today, 1025-1063 The Game. Chase McCabe and Willie Donick, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, in for Jared Stillman today. We're live at Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville, 256 East Main Street, right here on the main drag. They got their showroom open. It's their grand opening. Come by, say hello. They got some food out here. You can register to win Preds tickets as well. So we've had a lot of people come by and say hello. But talking some college football, just looking at so the SEC got rid of divisions. So you just made an interesting point when we were talking about this in the break. Should they go to 4 divisions? So they got 16 teams, so there'd be 4 divisions of 4. You know, could they do that? And it'd be just like the NFL, just like one conference. You'd have 4 divisions of 4.
I think they've got to look at this because, we were, and I don't know if that's the solution, but I'm just looking at the standings.
Yeah.
You have 16 teams listed on the standings board, and you have to determine first place and second place. You play 8 conference games. So half of the teams in the league, you don't even play.
Right.
And there's going to be – people were laughing when Greg Sankey came in to SEC Media Days this summer and talked about, hey, we're almost done with our tie-breaking system. And we were laughing at the time, but I think we now can appreciate how controversial that could be. Because Texas A&M hosts LSU. Those are the 2 remaining unbeaten teams in the league.
And they're 1 and 2 in the league.
So one of them is going to lose. So
Yep.
that gets you down to only 1 team that's undefeated in the league. And that team, whoever wins, I'm not sure they're going to run the table the rest of the way. They could slip up.
Well,
So
Texas A&M has LSU at South Carolina, New Mexico State, at Auburn, and then they close the season against Texas.
Yeah. So you very well could have a 3, even 4-way tie.
Yep.
For at least second place. It could be some groups of teams that haven't played each other.
Right.
So that's why they have like 7 tiebreakers. But is that the best way to determine who's in the SEC championship game? I say that all because Tennessee could end up in that group.
Sure.
Right. And they'll be sitting there going, regardless of whether we're in the SEC championship game, have we done enough to get an at-large bid to the playoff? But you've got the same kind of thing going on in the Big Ten. The Big 12 has had some teams creep up and have good years. They're going to be in the mix. This could end up being, as Adam likes, he says he likes maximum chaos. I think we could have quite a bit of chaos for that committee. So I throw it at you. You've been watching Tennessee closely. Do you think they could get in with 2 losses? And their resume would be, let's just say they lost a tough game at Georgia, played them well, didn't quite win, and they don't stumble the rest of the way. Is that enough?
I think so. But to me, the loss has to be that loss has to be to Georgia, or we're talking about the dream, and that is Tennessee and Vanderbilt have both run the table going into that last game, and Vandy wins at home. And because at that point, Vandy's well in the top 25. They're probably in the top 15 if they've run the table, meaning they're going to beat
Right.
Texas.
You've got me on a whole new level of dreams.
Right,
if you're talking
right.
about Vanderbilt getting in there. But Vanderbilt, Tennessee, I think is going to have intrigue regardless.
Sure.
Because if nothing else, Vanderbilt is going to want to spoil Tennessee's season. Vanderbilt could, unless they, hopefully between now and then they get another win or 2, but they might be fighting for their season. But either way, what you're saying is you would like for Tennessee to have a quality win over Vanderbilt, a win that has some weight and not
Sure.
just, you took care of business against the team you were way better than. We'll see how Vanderbilt plays between now and then. But everything, I think, is important because the 2 losses alone, just saying, hey, we play in the SEC and we had 2 losses, we should be in. I think that's more complicated than that. Because you might be comparing yourself to another SEC team or 2 that you haven't played, right? It could be LSU, it could be Texas A&M.
Right.
Could end up in that mix of teams, and the committee's got to sort through all this. I think they need Alabama to play well. Tennessee does from here to the end of the year, so that win looks really good. Because NC State and at Oklahoma right now don't look as good as you would have thought they would have looked.
Right.
Even though at the time both of those teams are ranked. Because both of those teams have kind of stumbled right now, right? Even though those are good wins away from your
But they're
stadium.
not. They like if they beat Georgia, if Tennessee beats Georgia, they're in.
Well, I think that would be obviously a
Like,
huge
yeah.
thing. That would go a long way.
Because they're probably in the
and
SEC.
I think that gets them across the finish line.
Yeah, they're probably in the SEC championship game, and then would
Right.
definitely get an at-large.
I guess my hypothetical would include you play well at Georgia, but you don't quite get it done.
I still
and you
think they're
find
in.
You think so?
Yeah, I think with 2 losses. Now you brought up, excuse me, you brought up an interesting point. What if you're a 2-loss team, but you get into the SEC championship game and you lose?
And that could happen. You could have a team that has 2 losses, wins the tiebreaker among the 7 tiebreakers.
Yep.
And you're playing. Let's just say the winner of Texas A&M LSU. Let's just say it's LSU.
Right.
They have the great year and they get into the title game undefeated or with 1 loss, and all the other teams end up. Let's say LSU beats Texas A&M. Texas A&M loses to Texas. Texas loses. It could happen, right? You could
Right.
have like a 3-way tie of 2 lost teams, and that team gets in. Let's say they lose the SEC championship game, and they have 3 losses. Should they be penalized for making the championship game, even though it gives them
No.
1 more loss than another team that didn't make the championship game?
I'll ask you
That's a tough one.
the same question that Joe asked me, talking about Vanderbilt. All right, let's say Vanderbilt has 3 losses, and that includes the Alabama win, and they've had some pretty impressive wins here. But like based on strength of schedule and the conference in which they play in Tennessee, this is a no-brainer in my mind. Would you not take a 3-loss Tennessee team over maybe a 1-loss Iowa State?
I think that's where the committee is going to be in a pretty big bind.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have all these SEC is the toughest league, all of that. And they're not wrong.
Right.
But it would be hard to overlook a 3-loss team against a 1-loss team that plays in what's considered a Power 4.
But the 3 losses would be Arkansas, which that's an X. But it was at Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
A close Georgia game, and then the SEC title game to probably Texas or Georgia,
or maybe even Texas A&M
or right,
LSU.
Yeah.
Somebody that won the league, right?
Right.
I think that is a potential chaotic dilemma.
But it's what we wanted.
It's what you wanted. and this is another big question I have in the big picture. After 5 or 10 years of this, will some of these teams go, you know what, did our chances go up or down of winning a national championship with this new 16-team league and new playoff system? You'd have to say on the surface they went up, but it's still, you got to work for it. And don't forget, we're talking about getting an at-large bid to then have to win 4 playoff games. 4.
I know.
We've never seen that before. What's that going to look like?
9117. Do y'all see a world where multiple group of 5 teams get a playoff spot this year with Army, Navy, Boise State, UNLV all technically alive?
No,
I don't either.
One will get in, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean,
it'd be a great story. I would love to watch Army, Navy, and have the feeling.
Can you imagine if that game, if they're both undefeated, which means they both would have beaten Notre Dame?
Right. I don't know if that's going to happen, but even if they each have, let's just say they win every game except Notre Dame.
Yeah. Oh,
that would be a lot of.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine the committee having to choose the winner of Army Navy with 1 loss versus, let's say it's an undefeated? Who else would be in this mix? The UNLVs of the world. Who else is in the mix of that non-Power 4 that gets the automatic? Right. They're choosing one.
Tulane is Tulane in that. Tulane's lost 1, I think.
Liberty lost 1 last night, but it was
Liberty
a bad one.
That was not
Liberty
good.
lost. Who'd they lose to? Kennesaw?
Yes.
Can you? I mean, that's a bummer.
That's the upset of the year.
It's Kennesaw's
big
first
bummer.
FBS win of the year, by the way.
Wes in Hermitage says Vandy has an 8-3-1 record against Texas in the last 12 games, and Texas historically has had trouble scoring points on us. Hashtag anchor down. The plan, Willie, is to win Saturday.
All right, I like it. And when was that last game against Texas?
It's
1930.
It's been a minute. The Dan McGugan era.
Yeah. I don't
Coming
remember them ever playing Texas in my lifetime, but hey, this is why they play, and the fact that they're going into that game as kind of that loose giant killer mentality, I love it. I love it.
Coming up next, Hal Gill, Skillsy, going to join the show.
Boom.
Predators in action tomorrow night in Chicago. We'll talk to Hal coming up next. 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong.
Well, we received a text from our producer, Dr. Crane, Nick Frazier, who said the return music was picked by Harold Priestley Gill, better known as Hal or Skillsy. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in for Jared today, and at this time every Thursday, Harold Gill joins the show. He's in Chicago. He's not alone. I know that. He's with a friend of the show.
Right. And the reason I'm here is one of the reasons that the person you refer to is there, because
Yes.
it is on ESPN Plus tomorrow night.
So it will not be on the FanDuel Sports Network.
It will not be on FanDuel Sports Network, right? And so I'll be watching like thousands of Predator fans tomorrow, or listening to Hal Gill right here on
And Pete
102.5
Weber.
The Game. And Pete's going to this
Pete
one?
is on. Pete
Very
is on
nice.
this one.
Okay.
So Pete will be on there. Skillsy, what's up? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys? Yes,
Oh.
I'm hanging out with AJ Malesko. I'm trying to show her the beautiful sights of Chicago, although she's real dialed into hockey, and I just want to have fun, but here we are.
You having fun? I've never heard such a thing.
I like to have fun, Chase. You know that. Willie knows that. I like to have fun when I'm on the road.
Well, the Preds had fun the other night.
There's a lot of good places in Chicago to hit, so we're trying to hit them all.
Good luck with that. You guys have a long way to go. It's a big city.
Oh, there are a lot.
But the night is young. The night is young.
The night's in diapers, they say.
So, Skillsy, the Predators get off the schneid, as they like to say, a 4-0 win over the Boston Bruins. And by the way, I noticed, because I stayed home, so I may never be allowed in Bridgestone Arena again after they actually won the other night. But so I was watching you all. What's that?
Please stay away.
I know, right? I know. So I was watching on TV, and I noticed that Willie and Mace, and they kept saying Boston's own Hal Gill, and like, I know you're from there, but you're Predators now. You're Nashville.
I know. I'm all in. I'm a Predator through and through. Yeah. No. You know what? I had 9 years there, and I'm and AJ's laughing that I'm a Predator. It gets mixed up when you're walking around a city. Like, it's not exactly funny when you yell out that I'm a Predator. Although a former Predator at that.
It's a good point.
It's a good point. Walking around, and so I have to be careful. But I was a Bruin for 9 years, and I was proud of that, and I'm proud to be a Pred. So it goes with a lot of other teams that got rid of me or wanted me. Either way you put it, I made my way around. But right now, I'm all Preds. Right now, after a win, you betcha I'm a Pred.
What did you think of Zach LaRue's debut?
You know what? We had him on Smashville Live, so we got to talk to him. And you know what? I love the energy that he brings. The number one thing is, they talked about him being here and being an energy guy and going out there, like, just banging bodies right on his first shift, like just tracking guys down, playing the right way, playing to the system. I thought he was awesome. And he's excited to be here and excited to be part of it. And I think they need that energy right now, and they got him over the hump. And, he was a big part of that, I think, which is exciting for a young kid to be a big part of the win.
Hal Gill is with us from up in Chicago. Predators are back in action tomorrow night against the Blackhawks. And Hal, one thing that I know you emphasize as much as anything with the 0-5 start was cohesiveness, especially transitioning from defense to offense through the neutral zone. Did you think they made big strides in that area against the Bruins?
Yeah. You know what? There's a lot of guys that look a lot faster, right? When you're looking at, if you're not paying attention, you look at, this guy's slow. Well, he's not slow. It's just the team is playing slow. And I think in that game, you saw everyone to a man look faster, and, a guy like Tommy Novak was moving through the neutral zone with speed. And you're like, okay, that's nice to see. And it kind of was everyone. I think you have some great players in that lineup, and they started to put it all together, and everyone looked fast. And so I think that's what Bruno's plan is, and that's what he wants. and I think they got it. Now the question is, they set a standard, and can they live up to that standard on a nightly basis? And I think that's the big challenge.
We watched a lot of players last year adjust to the Andrew Brunette system. It was really interesting. Max Hurst had an interview with Luke Shen, and he said, I've been on a lot of different teams, but it took me a little longer to really get comfortable in Andrew Brunette's system. You're watching Brady Shea go through that right now, Hal. How much better do you think he can get over the course of the season? I don't feel like we've seen the best of Brady Shea yet.
No, absolutely not. I think first of all, he's awesome. He's a great skater. As a defenseman, Brady Shea is one of the best guys you could watch. Like I'm telling my son, hey, watch Brady Shea, watch the way he plays. But he's also a guy that was relied upon to, jumpstart offense and carry the puck up the ice, much like Roman Josi was. I think he's got to figure out the system where it's move the puck up and then complement the rush. And if there's a spot open, then take the puck. But I think that's what Brady Shea is trying to figure out is how do I move the puck up with Bruno's system and get it up there and then complement the rush and be a part of it without slowing down the rush. And I think that's maybe the hardest part for a defenseman to learn about Bruno's system is when is the right time to go and when is the right time to move it up and stretch the zones and move it through the neutral zone quickly, and when's the right time for me to take the bull by the horns and carry it up the ice. And he's figuring that out, and I think the only way to do it is to actually go through it. It takes some time. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time.
Hal Gill is with us. How big was, obviously they just wanted to win, but they get a shutout win. We talk about confidence in this league. How big was that for UC Saros' confidence to have the kind of outing that he did? He obviously had great play in front of him too, but to have that the other night to kind of jumpstart his year, how big was that?
Huge. I think it was huge. He was awesome. And, not just the shutting a great team out, but also, showing the team that I'm here for you guys. It's a big game. We need a win, and I'm going to step up for you. I think confidence is great for every athlete. You want to feel good when you're going out there. And I think he put a stamp on it and closed the game out and was awesome for 60 minutes. And I think they certainly, guys are going to play for him anyway. They love him. They love what he does. Just seeing him around and seeing what he's gone through, he knows that he's good. He's got confidence in his game. He knows he's going to come around. But for other guys to see it as a defenseman, that's what I want out of a goalie is, hey, it's a big game. He's going to step up, and he did.
Hal, before we let you go, I'm sure there's a lot of casual Predator fans that have maybe watched a little bit here or there, but they might be looking around and saying, okay, why doesn't Stamkos have 5 or 6 goals? What's going on with Marchessault? Why hasn't it hit big yet? What would you say right now with those two in particular? What has to get to the next level for them? I think we're all confident watching them every day that the results will be there. But for maybe people from the outside that haven't paid close attention yet and are just kind of waiting to see if the hype is real, what would you say?
Yeah, well, let's go player by player. Steven Stamkos, he's a power play guy. He is the guy that I would put Steven Stamkos in. What are we talking about? 6 inches between 5 goals and
yes,
1 goal.
I think that's fair,
right?
Yeah.
Like he's had some posts. He's had some clear, little misses here or there. And so if you add up 6 inches over 6 games, I think you're looking at 6 goals as opposed to 1. That's how close it is. So I don't worry about him. With Marchessault, I think it's a product of the system. He's just trying to figure out who he's playing with, how he plays, and the speed that he plays. And I think he's getting there. I mean, he had a beautiful goal with Roman Josi where he's dashing towards the net. And I think those plays are going to happen a lot more once he gets a little more comfortable with the players he's around. So I think they're there and they're coming. It just, I think there's a little bit of patience that you have to have with a new system, new teammates.
Hal Gill, great job as always, even with AJ Malesko there to cheer you on.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, Hal.
I
She
feel
just
like
got me a
AJ
coffee,
successfully.
So what does that tell you? What she's done? She's done. She's
I feel like
got me
AJ had a
coffee.
great effort to keep the bubble, keep clear so you could concentrate, walking the streets of Chicago. I didn't hear any sirens or anything, so you guys appear to be safe early in the evening here. This is good.
She stopped traffic for me. She does that everywhere she goes, so I appreciate that. But you know what? It was. I do miss you, Willie. It's not the same without our FanDuel crew out here, and Pete and I are going to give you our number, like 100% number one best, and we're going to give you a great call. So I know if you want to watch the game, you're going to have to deal with AJ. But we're here for you.
It's a no lose. It's a no lose set of options. It's no lose.
It certainly is.
That's right.
All right, Skillsy.
All right, cheers, guys.
Appreciate you.
Love
Hal
you
Gill
guys.
joining us here. You too joining us here on the program. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick in for Jared today. Since this is technically, I guess, the Chase and Big Joe show, we can only end one way.
Ah, yes.
And that is,
I was curious if you were going to ask Hal if he was preferring our questions to Jared's questions.
well, I think we know the answer to that.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Coming up next, we'll tell you what day it is and celebrity birthdays. Chase and Willie in for Jared today. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McKay, Willie Donick in today for Jared Stillman. Dr. Crane, Nick Frazier is our producer. Jared traveling. He'll be back tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. I'll be back on the Chase and Big Joe show starting at 9, and Willie will be on DVD starting at 11. So moving things around a little bit today, but we want to have some fun to end the show as we do every day on the Chase and Big Joe show. We end with what day is it and celebrity birthdays.
All right, gentlemen. First on the list here, we have 40-hour work week day. That's every day, basically. Food day is next. Gotta love some food. National Bologna
Isn't every
Day.
day food day? Like you need to eat every day, right?
Yeah.
Well, Willie,
I would think so.
you know me. Every day is food day. It's always a good day for food.
That goes without saying.
Next, it is food, actually. National Bologna Day. It's basically Italian bologna. It just resonates from the town of Bologna. Let's see. Next, we have National Crazy Day. That's kind of every day.
It's every day for me.
National Good and Plenty Day. That's next. Take Back Your Time Day. United Nations Day. Wear Purple for Domestic Violence Awareness Day. World Development Information Day. World Polio Day. And to top it all off with more food, World Tripe Day.
What?
Tripe. It's the lining in the cow's stomach. It's not really delicious, but you got to cook it certain ways.
Oh, goodness. Well, that's good. All right, let's get to birthdays. Willie will go first. Dr. Crane will go next. Actor Kevin Kline. Been in a lot of different things. I think he's in a series on Apple TV Plus right now. Was in Wild Wild West. A lot of different things.
In that new show, he looks pretty old.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kevin Kline is 63.
77.
Dr. Crane coming out hot. He is 77.
Hey, Kevin Kline at 77?
He is 77 exactly. So 2 points for Dr. Crane.
I should not miss by that much on him. That's bad. That's a bad start.
Okay, I've never heard of this guy. Singer and rapper Drake. How old is Drake?
Drake is 41.
I guys think I'm in my mid-20s now. He was on a TV show when I was a kid. That's probably about 20 years older. Yeah, I'm going like 42.
He's 38. Got to get within 2. Actress Shanae Grimes Beach. She's been in some Hallmark films, different things.
Hallmark films.
Yeah, I recognize her though. I know.
You recognize her?
Yeah, I recognize her.
Look, you think I know all the actresses on the Hallmark? That's their claim to fame.
I don't know.
Some of the Hallmark
Just take a
people
guess.
were on big shows before they went to the Hallmark. She's best known only for Hallmark?
No, she's known for some other things.
Do we have any other shows like Clues? I don't know who this person is.
I mean, take a guess.
If she's doing Hallmark, we got to go with the demographic here. I'm going to say 45.
52.
35.
Good
job.
That was pathetic.
Former Rolling Stones bassist Bill Wyman.
Okay. I'm going to go 88.
84?
He is 88 exactly. We are tied.
Score.
2. Director David S. Ward did Sleepless in Seattle and The Sting. Good movies.
Wow. Those movies are pretty far apart, too.
Yep.
In time. I will say 85.
83.
79. Actor Zach McClarnon, he was in Reservation Dogs and Hawkeye.
Wait, Reservation Dogs or Reservoir Dogs?
No, Reservation Dogs, not
Reservation
Reservoir
Dogs.
Dogs. Yep.
Oh, man. Reservation Dogs. I have to say I have not seen that. What's the other one?
Hawkeye.
Like the Marvel movie Hawkeye?
Yeah.
He is Hawkeye?
No,
No.
he was just in it.
Are these real celebrities?
Yes.
I asked the question. 55.
43.
58. All right, let's go to sports real quick. Nashville's own Jalen Ramsey. How old is Jalen Ramsey today?
Jalen Ramsey. $29.
30.
He is 30 exactly.
Oh,
Good job,
it
Dr.
was
Crane.
between those two.
He was 4 years older than
dog
me
it.
when I went to high school, so that's kind
Son
of a
of
gimme.
In NBA superstar Jaylen Brown. Just won a championship.
27.
24.
He's 27. 1 point for Willie.
Oh, so it's tied up?
That is correct.
2-2?
What'd you say, Dr. Crane?
I said 24. It should be 4-4.
Yeah.
We both hit him on the nose.
Yeah, but he was one off on that. So
Oh, okay, my
it's 4-3.
4-3.
Never
Yeah.
passed
I
math
thought you had to
class.
be within 2.
You have to be within 2, but you get 1 point to be within 2
Oh,
if you
but
hit
you
it on the
get
head.
two.
you get 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Golfer Mark Leishman.
$30.
38.
41. So close, Dr. Crane. Former NFL running back Corey Dillon.
Corey Dillon. I will say
We got to move.
48.
47.
He is 49.
Oh, yes.
Willie is tied it. Two more. Two more. Former NHLer Jamal Mayers.
Jamal Mayers. Right in that same age range. I'll say 49.
52.
He's 50. Willie barely getting that. And finally, former big leaguer Arthur Rhodes.
Arthur Rhodes, the left-hander. Out of the pen. Big fella. Pitched for a lot of teams. Same kind of thing. I'm gonna say he is 52.
56.
At the buzzer, Dr. Crane ties it.
I thought I took the lead.
5-5.
55?
He's 55.
Oh, man.
Dr. Crane
That
ties
was a
it.
heck of a competition.
That was good.
Thank
that
you.
was very good.
Heck
I thought
of a
the sports
competition.
birthdays could
Yeah, those
be
were
good. That is going to do it for us. Jared, again, we'll be back tomorrow at 2. I'm on at 9. Willie on at 11. Thanks for having fun with us. Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Hendersonville for having us out as well. They're going to keep this going until 7 o'clock tonight, so swing by and check out their showroom, 256 East Main here in Hendersonville. That will do it for us. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.